Ok, ¿y tengo que mantenerlo oprimido? Solo una vez. Le puedo poner. Good? Amazing. Good morning, everyone, again. It is a truly an honor for me to welcome you to this new edition of the International Conference on Applied Geoinformatics. I want to start with a very special thank you to professors, Dr. Franz Joseph Baer, Dr. Dietrich Schuda, Dr. Paul Rabiel, Dr. Angela Blanco, to the main organizer of the conference, Anja Ernst, and of course to our local team, Dr. William Barragan, Dr. Uriel Coy, and Masters of Science Edilberto Sares. You all took the lead and made this conference a reality. Thank you for making it possible and to have this event here in Colombia for the very first time. As you know, this event has taken place in several countries before. The last one, last year, was in India. But it has also been held in Namibia, Iran, Malaysia, Kenya, Peru, and of course, Germany. And this year, we are very fortunate that Colombia was chosen as the host country. I feel truly honored to be here in front of you. For those who don't know me, let me introduce myself. My name is Mónica Costa. I am environmental engineer, graduated from the Universidad Distrital Francisco José Caldas, and recently graduated with a master's degree in photogrammetry and geoinformatics from HFT Stuttgart. I was lucky to have several of today's chairs of my professors, so it is a real privilege for me to be here in front of you. But before we move on to the academic program, I would like to give you a small tour through Colombia, especially for those who travel from other countries to join us this week. And for our Colombian participants, I hope these words make you feel even prouder of our land home. I'm going to start with something that many of you probably know. Colombia is one of the main coffee exporters in the world. We have a many of variety of coffee, so I'm encouraged you to take coffee everywhere, in any restaurant, any cafeteria, anywhere. And of course, please take some of this coffee to your family and friends to enjoy. Besides coffee, Colombia is famous for its emeralds. They are considered among the most beautiful and purest around the world. I won't exactly recommend you this as a souvenir, of course not, but if you want and you can, why not? And speaking about biodiversity, I don't know if you did know that Colombia has the privilege to being the second most biodiversity country in the world. We have an incredible richness in butterflies, birds, amphibians, and of course orchids. Orchids is our national symbol. But Colombia is not only about nature, it is also about culture and diversity in its people. Here we have countless of accents, traditions, and customs. Each region has its own music, its own dance, its own food, and its own vocabulary. Sometimes, even among Colombians, we don't fully understand each other. But this is part of the fun. So, as you can see, Colombia is the perfect place for this meeting to be not only academic, but also cultural. And this brings me naturally to the focus of the conference, applied geoinformatics. Geoinformatics, as you know, is a fast-moving science, constantly developing new tools, new methods, and applications that allow us to analyze, monitor, and address global challenges, such as climate change, environmental management, and disaster mitigation. Over the next few days, as you know, we are going to explore these topics in depth, covering themes like capturing geoinformation worldwide, climate change monitoring through remote sensing, the latest trends and in AI applications, and collaborative data sharing. This is a unique opportunity to update ourselves, exchange experience, and learn from the best ones. Looking ahead, this conference, It is not only a space to listen, but also to project ourselves into the future. Perhaps in the next edition, which will take place in Ghana, probably, we will see some of you presenting your own projects and speakers or panelists. But until that moment comes, what really matters is that we enjoy these days to the fullest. Enjoy the knowledge, and enjoy the amazing people that is here, the city of Bogotá, and if you have the possibility, travel to other regions in Colombia. Try new food that you are not going to find anywhere, and allow yourself to experience something new. We, the local organizers and the whole team, we are very happy to recommend you restaurants if necessary or places to visit. And if we don't know the answer, we always have a cell phone with internet and we can search together. So once again, with great joy and enthusiasm, I say welcome to Colombia, welcome to Bogotá, and welcome to the conference. Thank you so much. Now, I kindly invite you all to stand for the national anthem of Colombia. Thank you so much. Now the anthem of the University Distrital. so much. You can say thank you. Now let's continue to the program. First, I want to invite here in front to our next speakers. Please, Professor Dr. Paul Rabiel, please, Dr. William Barragán, and Professor Wilmar Darío Fernández is here.
¿Te corres allá para que el profesor corra aquí? Sí. Profesor.
Now, I'm very pleased to introduce Professor Dr. Paul Rabiel, Dean of the Master's Program in Photogrammetry and Geoinformatics at the HFG Stuttgart. Professor Rabiel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you very much. I prepared some slides as a presentation. First of all, I can fully agree to what Monica said. You should taste the coffee, the Colombian coffee, but not only the coffee, you should also try the hot chocolate with cheese. Sounds a bit strange, but it's worth it. You should do it. But now coming to the serious part of my presentation. We are sorry, that was too fast. No, but anyway, we are united here for the 13th AGSE, and as Monica already said, where we had the AGSEs already. I do not want to talk about each of them. It's just you can see here, we are only the second time in Latin America. We have been only once in Peru, in Arequipa, and this is the second time in Latin America. What is a very special thing to me. I'm especially happy because I have a special relationship to Latin America. And what I also wanted to say, it's the 13th AGSE, so we have it since a very long time. So it grew to be an institution that is difficult to find something to compare with anywhere. So a long time ago we started, and now we have it regularly, and we have a constantly growing number of alumni. This is more than 550 till now. And only a few of them are here now today, and I want to welcome you very specially. So welcome to all my colleagues from Stuttgart and the colleagues from the Universidad Distrital. Welcome alumni, welcome students of the Universidad, maybe some are here. Welcome to guests if they are here. Welcome also to possible online participants that I do not know if they are registered. But anyway, welcome to everybody who is here. Yes, this is a little bit of the development of the past years. In the blue pile, you can see the number of applications that we get each year. It's more or less a constant number of applications, more than 100 always. When I come home now to Stuttgart, I will have probably a big pile of applications that I have to go through. And the orange pile is the number of applicants that get an admission to the course, and a very much lower number, the gray one, is the ones that are really coming and studying. The difference is because most of the applicants also apply for a DAD scholarship, but only a few get it. And if many of the applicants do not get the scholarship, they unfortunately cannot afford to study in Germany. But throughout the years, we have a constant number of more or less 25 students. And the second last group, that was the group that graduated this year in March. And two of them are here today too, Monica and Emerson. And I'm very happy to have new students joining the AGSE, hopefully joining the next AGSEs as well. And hopefully the thing is going on. Okay, now the topic of the AGSE is the climate change and the consequences. And we can see the consequences are always getting more and more visible. These are pictures that we know from many locations. The newspapers are full with it. We have very strong dry seasons, we have very, very strong floodings, and they are going to be more extreme. And the glacier melting is also something that happens that cannot be denied anymore. And especially some countries in South America, their water supply depends on if they are gone, they are running into severe problems with their water supply for the big cities. And if nothing happens, our beautiful planet to turn into a hostile place. And this is the global warming, the climate change. But this is not the only thing. We also have growing populations in big cities. Bogotá is a big city with 10 million inhabitants. And always could not imagine how to manage that. That many people need food, that many people need water. There is wastewater, there is a lot of waste, and there's the traffic and everything. It has to be managed. And here in Bogotá, if you go on in 6 p.m. at night, you try to get a cab and go to the center of the city, you will feel it, that it's not fun to go there. And the waste, this picture here is showing the waste, the amount of waste that is produced by such a city. It's difficult to imagine, it has to go somewhere. And recently also in the newspapers they are talking about the microplastic that is distributed everywhere, and a challenge, a threat to the health of all living creatures, not only to human beings. So the city, the urban planners, they also have huge challenges to do something. Last year, at the end of the year, I was in Cairo, on the World Urban Forum. And if you go through a city like Cairo, it's difficult to imagine that you can do something really. So these problems are huge, and the whole basis of the information that is you need it essentially to do something is geoinformation. You need it for the visualization to make people aware of that there is a problem. To stream it. Yeah. That's a good idea. So, continuing about the importance of the geoinformation. The importance of the work that we do is far beyond doubt. We have to do it, and we are doing it for a long time. And yes, Monica also mentioned that the tools that we have for it, they develop rapidly, have a strong pace. And one of the tools that is recently developing with a real rapid pace is artificial intelligence. On this AGSE this year, we also have one special day where we have focus on artificial intelligence. Recently, I read an interview in a famous German journal that's called Die Zeit, and the interviewer told about some experts of the Silicon Valley that they all assume that humans will soon merge with artificial intelligence. And Ray Kurzweil, he is an expert in artificial intelligence pioneer. Since the 70s of the last century, he's already working with artificial intelligence. He says it will be wonderful. And the interview continued here. I expect that in 4 years, 2029, this is not that far away, we'll be able to connect approximately 20 billion of neurons, our brain, to computer chips, to connect directly to artificial intelligence. This sounds like science fiction. He's an expert. It's his opinion. If it will come true, we will have to see. And then the interviewer is asking, what will this, going back, what will this do to us? If you cannot distinguish anymore, where does your memory come from? Is it the chip or is it your own brain? I don't know if this is so positive. I do not want to read all this, what Mr. Kurzweil said there, but he is drawing a very positive of the future with artificial intelligence. He says the world will be wonderful. Coming back. There are artificial intelligence is said to become the most interruptive technology that mankind ever developed. It will change the life of people deeper and faster than most of us can imagine today. And not all of these visions are as... It goes into the other extreme where people say that if artificial intelligence is that much capable and developing more and more, it will overtake and make slaves out of us. So the visions are really on a wide variety, but we will have to see. What is a fact is that algorithms and computer programs already have influence into our life. I guess that most of you know Spotify, most of you use it. And if you are searching for music that you like, probably you find it. And while you are searching and while you are using it, algorithms behind analyze your taste. And Spotify produces playlists that fit to your taste. And that's comfortable. You get a lot of proposed music that you like. So you can say this is positive. It is positive, but what will never happen this way is that you discover something really new that you did not know before, because the proposal is always on the past taste that you have. So maybe there is a completely different music style that you also like, you do not know, but you will not discover through Spotify because of these algorithms. And the last thing that is here is not a fact. This is nothing that is proved. It's just an impression of mine that people communicate less with each other. I see it almost every day when I go to work in the train. People are sitting there. Most of them have earplugs, and most of them are looking onto a screen. Nobody talking to each other. Nobody even looking at each other. And this is something that I consider is a very bad development for society. That we need direct interaction between people, to discuss with people, can look in the eye of the opposite with whom we are talking to, and that way you get new ideas. That way you can communicate with each other and understand each other. We are from different cultures. This is a very, very special thing in this master course, that there are so many different students from different areas of the world. They come with completely different mindsets. They have to be together for 1.5 years, and it works. And there is an understanding. You all make the experience that you have friends for the rest of your life out of this. So this is what we're here for now. What we are here for now today too. Come together, talk, exchange ideas, interact between each other. This is something that, in my opinion, is extremely important. And that's why I thank you very much all for being here. And I wish us all that we have fruitful days, lots of good discussions, good and new ideas, a good exchange, and as well that we have a very good time together. So thanks again to all of you and to the audience abroad as well. And that's all I wanted to say. I have to thank a lot of people. But when I start now thanking all the people I have to, day is over. But so maybe at the end there will be time to say about this. But what I saw, the local organization team did a really extremely good job. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for those kind words. Now I want to introduce Dr. William Barragan. He is our local organizer. I can personally say that he put so much effort into making sure everything runs smoothly in this event. So thank you so much. I give you the word.
Okay, thank you, Monica. It's difficult to say something because really it's like a dream. It's my dream. That was so good. Okay, dear participants, dear colleagues, guests from all over the world, thank you so much for being here. Good morning, bienvenidos a Colombia. Welcome to Bogotá, welcome to Applied Geoinformatics and Society Environment 2025 conference. I'm really excited and honored to speak to you today. As most of them, you know, my name is William Barragan. I am part of the local organizer team here at the Distrital University, that is also your home. Today we are not only open a scientific event, we are open the doors to ideas, innovation, collaboration, and friendship. Look around. This room is full of talent. Participants has come from Namibia, Indonesia, Nepal, Zambia, India, Sri Lanka, Bolivia, Bangladesh, Nicaragua, Ecuador, Kenya, El Salvador, Ghana, Spain, India, and Germany. Of course, many other countries from Africa, Asia, Europe, and of course the Americas. Some of us are professors, are PhD students. Some are young professionals, and some are experienced research, and also some are students. But we will share the same passion, geoinformation, and it's the power of the challenge of the world. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your minds, for bringing your cultures, and for bringing your energy to Bogotá and Colombia. The Applied Geoinformatics for Society and Environment Conference has been growing since 2008. We started in India, and since then it has been hosted in countries like Iran, Namibia, Malaysia, Kenya, Peru, and Germany. This year, Colombia is an honor to join that list. And it's the first time that we are welcome to hear of the Andes. The theme of this year, the conference Powerful, is the challenge of climate change and geoinformation solutions. And yes, it's the challenge, but it's also the chance. It's the chance to create a new tools to work together and to protect our planet. The conference is profoundly co-organized with two great institutions. First, the Hochschule für Technik, Stuttgart, that is leader in geospatial technology and applied science in Germany. And the second is the Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas. It's a public university deeply committed on scientific research and training of the new generation. Together, we believe the power of the academic cooperation and below borders, below language, below disciplines. I want to say thanks. We want to thank our partners, especially the DAAD, for supporting for knowledge, for mobility and education worldwide. Thank you to DAAD. Many of our participants, including alumni, today continuing their academic journey. The DAAD believes in bridge, not walls, and this conference is perfect example of that vision. Now let me take a moment to speak about Colombia. Colombia is a country of the colors, contrasts, and cultures. We are one of the most biodiversity countries in the world. We have two oceans. We have Andes mountains. We have Amazon jungle and the Caribbean coast. Our capital, Bogotá, as is already mentioned, is a city with 8 million of people, with universities, mountains, streets, art, and unique energy in 2,600 meters over the sea level. We are known for our coffee, for our writers like Gabriel, and for our music like Shakira. We know from cumbia, from vallenato, from Colombian salsa. We know for gaita. But Colombia is also moving forward in technology and in education, innovation, and yes, in geoinformatics. During these 5 days, you will attend exciting sections. We have keynote speakers from different continents, workshops in artificial intelligence and also geographical information system, sections about disaster management and open data, and a special field excursion day to Sal Cathedral and Guatavitas Lake. Each session brings new ideas, and we hope new collaboration. So, dear participants, this is your moment. Explore, learn, ask questions, build networks, and enjoy this time together. Let Bogotá to inspire you. Let to Colombia embrace you. Let Apply Geoinformatics for Society and Environment 2025 be a space of connection and transformation. Muchas gracias. That's a mina, waka. This is time for Africa, because next year will be in Ghana, our conference. Once again, and welcome to your home, Universidad Distrital.
Thank you, William. Now, please join me in welcoming Professor and Dean Wilmer Darío Fernández Gómez, your professor of my alma mater.
Okay, thank you so much, and welcome everyone to stay here. Okay, I didn't have enough information to bring you here. No, I lied. Thank you for start here in the university. We are very glad to have you here as a host. The Universidad Distrital is the largest university here in Bogotá. We have almost 30,000 students around the university, around the city. We have more or less 22 campus in the city, and this is our biodiversity here in Bogotá. We have 7 faculties or schools, like schools in other universities. We have the School of Engineering, a School of Arts, a School of Education, a School of Science, a School of Health Science, and of course the Faculty of Environmental and Natural Resources, your host as well. Our faculty, we have 16 programs, academic programs. 9 of them are undergraduate programs, in which topographic engineering is the most important of that. And in terms of postgraduates, we already start this year with the program of doctorate in environmental and sustainable engineering. We are very welcome to share with you all those important research and topics that we are dealing with. In this moment, we have 4 focus areas. The first one is territory and studies of the land, maybe. Yeah, I can't translate the names of that areas. The second one is the biodiversity. You know, the people who talk before me talk about the biodiversity in Colombia, and then this is a focus for our studies. The other one is the problem with water supply, and water, and the other is the sustainable infrastructure. As I mentioned before, we are very glad to have you here, and we hope that this week will be a very amazing experience here in Bogotá, not only for the academic program, the research, the discussion that the Dr. Reveal. My German is a little bit oxidate.
Paul?
Pablo. Okay, Pablo. Perfect. So we have to collaborate, I think, and I always thought that the collaboration between entities and people is the way to grow up together. So for many countries like us, where the money is not available everywhere, it's important to collaborate, to learn each other from the other people. So I don't want to say anymore and take to some space for the other people who are interested in talk to you. So I only want to say thank you for being here. Congrats, Dr. William, Dr. Paul. Thank you for your sponsor, for your important action to stay here. So thanks so much, and welcome to Bogotá and the Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas.
Thank you, Dr. Wilmar. Before we continue, I would like to take a brief moment to step away from the formal agenda. And because this conference wouldn't exist without the vision, dedication, and generosity of professors who have been the heart of this event for many years. To express our gratitude, we have prepared a small recognition for them. So now, I kindly invite our professors to come in front, as I call them one by one. First, Professor Dr. Franz Joseph Beer. He is the senior professor at HFG Stuttgart. Founder and longtime chair of the AGSE Conference. This is a recognition.
Okay.
Muchas gracias.
It says, reciba un cordial agradecimiento por su compromiso y profesionalismo, todo nuestro respeto y admiración por su incansable contribución a la academia y el fortalecimiento de la educación internacional.
That was
In Spanish, yes, of course. Please, Professor Dr. Angela Blanco Fogt. She is professor of geomatics at the HFG Stuttgart, whose leadership and commitment have helped shape this event and connect science with society. Professor Dietrich Schuda, please. We are honored to have you here. Please join us. He is the Vice Dean at HFG Stuttgart, and for more than 2 decades, Director of the Masters of Photogrammetry in Geoinformatics.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Professor Paul Rabiel. He is the Dean of the Master Program of Photogrammetry and Geoinformatics and one of the main promoters of this conference.
May I say some small words?
Of course, yes.
Some small more words. I am responsible chair for this conference just for the first time now. I'm study dean since 2 years. Professor Schröder made it for 20 years. But the difference is not just a zero. The difference is a very long time of experience. And in the preparation time, I could always rely very much on his long experience as well as the experience of Franz Josef, who also was a long time responsible for to be chair of this event, and this is a very special thanks to them.
Also to Dr. Anja Ernst. She's the main international organizer of this event, so thank you so much.
Quite a surprise.
Now, I want to say thank you also to many people from Colombia. They are very important here at the university and from Colombia also. I want to call to Dr. Robinson Quintana Puentes. He is professor at the Universidad Distrital Francisco José Caldas. He's a researcher and is one of the most representative person in the geodesic field. I also want to call to Dr. Héctor Mora Páez. He's the director of the Geodesic Network, and he installed the geodesic antenna in Colombia.
Gracias.
Dr. Uriel Coy Verano. He's one of the local organizers here, and he's a recognized researcher in the geographic field in Colombia. Also to Dr. Ignacio Calderon, but he is unfortunately here, so we are going to keep it here for him. Okay, now continue with the program. I want to talk about the sponsors. Of course, an event like this is never the result of a single effort. It takes many people, institutions, and also partners who believe in the importance of this kind of events. And that's why I also want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Their support has been essential to make this conference possible, and we are very truly grateful for their contribution. Please join me in recognizing them with a warm applause. I'm going to give you a break.
Perfect. Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Mario Avila. I'm a Mechanic Executive in Planet for Latin America. I'm really thankful for the invitation of being part of this great event. Thank you so much for Universidad Distrital. Thank you so much for the AGSE. But I will give you a brief introduction of what Planet does. So, maybe some of you already know us, but maybe some of you don't. So I will start basically with a history of Planet. Planet is a satellite imagery company that was founded in 2010 by a group of NASA scientists. The company was founded literally in a basement in Silicon Valley. In that moment, our co-founders, they start building, designing some satellites, and they start sending them to space. After sending some of those satellites to space and companies start growing, we also start acquiring new different satellite imagery companies, such as Terabella, that was a Google company, and Blackridge, that owned the Rapid Eye constellation. So 2017, with the satellites that we had previously in space and with those other companies that we acquired, basically we were able to achieve our first mission, that was to capture images of the entire world every single day. So at that moment, a company started growing, and we realized that the federal government of the US was one of the biggest potential customers. So Planet opens a division for the federal government, and we also announced the Carbon Mapper launching, that I will talk a little bit more about later. And also in 2021 was a big year for us. The company went to the public New York stock, so we are now a public benefit corp. And also we started acquiring some other companies such as Landslide, that I will talk a little bit later, and we announced some other constellations. Basically in 2023 we continue acquiring different companies such as Sciences, Synergize. Maybe some of you already know Synergize, which is the company that owned previously Sentinel Hub, which is a motor, like a platform to process satellite imagery in the cloud. And then we announced some other constellations such as Pelican and Tanager, that I will also talk a little bit later. But basically, what Planet did in all that time was realize that after we own a lot of imagery, we have to start selling more products ready to use for all of our customers, and more also satellites. So we are also not only satellite providers, data providers, but also constellation providers. So right now, this is what we already have in space. Our main satellite is the Super Dove. It's part of our constellation that is called PlanetScope. We have hundreds of these satellites in orbit. They are a nano satellite. They are primarily in the size of a shoebox, for example. They are super small. They weigh around 5 to 6 kilograms, and that's why we're able to send a lot to space. So our mission was to capture daily imagery, and we were not going to be able to do it with big satellites that we were used to it, like satellites that has the size of a car or a bus. We started building super small satellites, sending to space, and improving them all over the years. So the first time that we sent them, they had 4 bands, like visual bands and near infrared, but right now they already have 8 spectral bands. 8 bands that they are pretty much online with Sentinel-2 bands, and we capture images at 3.7 meters. Also, we have SkySat. SkySat can capture images at 50 centimeters. It's a tasking satellite that basically you can choose any point everywhere in the world, and we can capture an image at 50 centimeters. And the new constellations that we already have are basically Tanager and Pelican. Tanager is part of the Carbon Mapper Alliance that we announced in 2021. It's a project that was built between Carbon Mapper, Planet, and the JPL from the NASA. So it's a hyperspectral sensor that captures 420 bands from the 400 to 2,500 nanometers. And right now it's already in orbit. So it's also a tasking satellite, but basically it's bringing a new technology, new resolution, 30-meter resolution with 420 bands with a tasking model. It's, I think, a game changer. Right now we have 50 data sets of the sensor already available for studying it and building new business cases. And Pelican is our new constellation of very high resolution that will capture images at 30 centimeters, also by tasking. So here is a small video that show us how we can capture images of the whole world every single day. Thanks to our super doves, we have hundreds of them. This is like an animation that will show you how we can do that. And in combination with the SkySats that we already have in orbit. So this is really interesting because we have multiple sensors, optical, multispectral sensor, hyperspectral sensors, very high resolution. So basically with all that information, Planet has, we have a saying that is basically you can fix what you can see. So with all that images of all the world, we can do many things. We work with different industries. We work with defense and intelligence, governments. We work with insurance. For example, we're able to build parametric insurance with brokers such as Swiss Re, AGSE, to monitor crops in order to being able to provide a better payout for all the farmers. We also work with energy, oil and gas companies. For example, Tanager, its main mission is to detect methane. So we're now able to detect methane plumes everywhere in the world. So basically we can work with everyone. We work with agriculture, with forestry companies, or for disaster management is also super used, because you can have a pre and post event disaster as we capture images all over the world every single day. How we do this, or how we provide that to customers around the world, basically with different products. We call monitoring to the product that enables everyone in the world to see everywhere at 3.7 meters almost daily. We have tasking. With tasking, we can task satellites, satellite imagery at 50 centimeters, at 30 centimeters, and the hyperspectral new Tanager also. And base maps, for example. We can create a global monthly base map at 4.7 meters. This is a game changer product to have a base map all over the world at that resolution that updates monthly and quarterly. Also, we provide analytics. We're able to detect change, such as new buildings, new roads, monthly or even weekly. That also provide us the vision of understanding what is happening in a specific area. New roads mostly are the first thing that we can understand and see, and then after a road, always there's a new construction. This is a super interesting use case when we try to monitor deforestation, for example, in the Amazonia. We first see a small road and then buildings start showing up and new constructions in order to continue deforestation. So not only satellite imagery we provide, we also provide products, already products such as soil water content, land surface temperature, and crop biomass. These three are part of our planetary variables. When we acquired Bandersat in 2021, the portfolio of Bandersat was integrated in Planet with these three variables that are mainly used for agriculture. These products are built from multiple free sensors, radar, optical sensors. Also, some of them are built with Planet scope, so it's a fusion of multiple sensors. We use different sensors and we do a downscaling process to provide a better resolution for customers. We also are able to monitor forest data, such as above life carbon forest. This is thanks to the acquisition of Salo Sciences. We're able to provide data metric everywhere in the world. This is also a game changer to understand better carbon stocks and carbon credits markets all over the world. Being able to scale and monitor, for example, a 10 million area and understand how much carbon is it acquiring. And finally, field boundaries. That is a product that we acquired from Synergize, which is also a company owning Sentinel Hub. So this is basically a part where we combine different sensors to give a more detailed product to our clients. So why is this all about that I just showed you important? Because we're also super compromised with academia. Planet right now has a total of more than 3,000 papers published, scientific papers. That's approximately at 2.7 papers per day. So as Planet is a public benefit corp, also has that interest on building education and research projects. So many students, professors all around the world are able to use Planet products to study and understand how our world is changing among the years. So as you can see, around 20% of our current publications are based in agriculture. So if you, some of you or any of you are trying to understand how a crop is currently behaving anywhere in the world, definitely there's a paper already with a Planet imagery that will tell you a little bit more about how that crop is behaving. This is part of some of Latin American clients. We work super strongly with government institutions such as Policía Federal, Fuerza Aérea Colombiana, Fuerza Aérea de Chile. We work everywhere in Latin America, but not only in government sector, but also in private sector. We work with different ag companies that give data and insights to farmers to understand a little bit more how their crops are working, how they're behaving, and we also work with mining companies, oil and gas companies, and as you can see, we also work with universities. Just to give you an example, UNAM, National University in Mexico, they have a license that provides 2,000 users among all the campus. So professors, students, they're able to use satellite planet imagery for their daily classes, to also do master thesis, PhD thesis, and to build knowledge around planet products. So this is really a small overview of what we do. So I will be happy to have any questions afterwards. Happy to connect. This is my contact. And in case you want to just reach out. Also, if you want to learn a little bit more, in LinkedIn I have a newsletter with around 5,000 subscribers that I'm constantly talking about GIS, remote sensing, satellite operations. So yeah, happy to connect. Thank you, everyone. ¿Lo cierra? Sí, como para expulsarla.
thank you so much for the interesting presentation. Now, I'm going to present to Luz Angela Robinson. She is the representative of the Latin American Society in Remote Sensing and Spatial Information. The presentation will be in Spanish, but Ricardo will help us with the translation.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Luz Angela Rocha Salamanca. I am the president of the Latin American. I am the president of the Latin American Society for Remote Sensing and Geographic Information Systems. We are the chapter of Colombia, and we are working here for the AGSE courses and all these things that is in academic part for photogrammetric and remote sensing y geographic information system. I'm going to speak in Spanish because we want to give this information to all the students, bachelor students, in order to invite them to participate in our chapter of students in our society. Sorry, but I'm going to speak in Spanish and somebody is going to say the versions for Serper in English. Okay. Bueno, muchas gracias para todos, buenos días. Mi nombre es Luz Ángela Rocha Salamanca, soy la presidenta de la Asociación Latinoamericana de Especialistas en Percepción Remota y Sistemas de Información Geográfica. Somos el capítulo Colombia. Ustedes ven ahí en la página, tenemos 40 años de existir en Colombia. En Latinoamérica llevamos 45 años, en Latinoamérica llevamos 45 años y en Colombia 40 años de existir. Somos una asociación sin ánimo de lucro, encargada básicamente de la transferencia de conocimiento en el tema de remote sensing o percepción remota y sistemas de información geográfica y en general de las geotecnologías geoespaciales.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit difficult for me to retain all of the information. However, Professor Angela is the president of the Sociedad Latinoamérica en Percepción Remota y Sistemas de Información Espacial. The Colombian chapter is about 45 years. 40 and yeah,
the Latin America is 45.
The whole organization is 45 for Latin America.
Maybe, okay. Puedo decir que nuestra asociación está en toda Latinoamérica. Tenemos capítulos nacionales. Nosotros somos un capítulo nacional, pero tenemos capítulos de Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Perú, Panamá, México y Costa Rica. Entonces, en este momento estamos trabajando todos juntos para poder difundir estas tecnologías en nuestros países y específicamente estamos enfocados en nuestro plan de trabajo que es 25-27 en incorporar los jóvenes para que se enamoren de estas tecnologías y trabajemos con las tecnologías geoespaciales.
Almost every country in Latin America has a chapter. Mexico, Peru, Chile, so on. So we are trying. They are trying to work with young people in order they fall in love with geoinformatics and this type of technology for help society.
Entonces, nosotros tenemos como objetivos principales difundir en nuestro país estas tecnologías a través de cursos, seminarios, webinars. Adicionalmente participamos en eventos como estos, todos relacionados con las geotecnologías. Hacemos también eventos, tenemos 2 eventos que son institucionalizados, uno que se llama las Jornadas de Educación en Percepción Remota y SIC y que se hacen en diferentes países, y el simposio internacional que se hace también en diferentes países. En este momento, bueno, si quieres.
Thank you. There are two main activities within this organization. The one is called the symposium, that is the biggest one, and the other one is called
the workshop for academic part. I think we make some courses and design only for the academics and the students. Mm-hmm. Okay. The president of the Latinoamérica, perdón, estoy hablando en inglés. El presidente de Latinoamérica actualmente es Brasil. Se encuentra la dirección en este país, y el simposio internacional que tendremos será el próximo año en Argentina. Las jornadas de educación, que son como un evento pequeño para los académicos, se realizarán este año en Mérida, México.
Okay, the current organization that is above everything about all activities related is Brazil. However, the next symposium will take place in Mérida, Mexico. Mm-hmm.
So we are invited to all of you to Mexico. Okay. También nosotros trabajamos en la parte de generar alianzas entre los diferentes países, entre los diferentes capítulos nacionales que llamamos, y tratamos en este momento de crear lo que se llama el capítulo de estudiantes o capítulo juvenil de CELPER Internacional, donde participan los estudiantes que pertenecen a nuestra asociación en los diferentes países.
Okay, this organization is creating bonds within related organizations, and currently they are trying to get more students engaged with their main purpose for this. Yep.
En Colombia nosotros tenemos el capítulo de estudiantes. Este capítulo fue creado en el año 2016, y actualmente contamos con 20 estudiantes de la Universidad Distrital que trabajan con nosotros en todos los temas relacionados con las geotecnologías. Ellos están organizados, bueno, si quieres.
This new chapter that is located in Colombia is, it has currently 20 members.
Of students.
Of students, yeah, that's the main characteristic of this. This is only 20 students that are very engaged with the activities of this organization.
Yes, because we have professionals and students in the society, but now we have 20 students. Okay. Ellos están organizados, los estudiantes están organizados en 3 comités. Uno es el de difusión, el otro es el de educación y el otro es el de proyectos. Con ellos hemos realizado varios proyectos importantes, como investigaciones en las que hemos participado con MinCiencias, y proyectos que han sido, por decirlo así, mostrados como proyectos exitosos, por ejemplo, en la conferencia colombiana de usuarios ESRI que nos hemos presentado.
Okay. There are 3 main focus groups. One is about communications, another one is related with research, and the other one is projects. Yeah, so currently they are working with ESRI in different activities. ESRI is software provider, GIS.
Yes, we have, maybe I can, we just make some projects with the students, for instance, in research. We have made some projects about, with MinCiencias, and we have some research projects, but others that are applications with GIS, with ESRI, they are very important for the students because they learn how to use this, but also they can make an applications important for our country. Bueno, en este momento, entonces, CELPER quiere que los estudiantes de la Universidad Distrital puedan entrar a nuestra asociación y trabajen con nosotros. Por esto, en este evento quiero invitar a los estudiantes de pregrado para que participen en unas rifas que vamos a hacer, ¿sí?
Okay. The self-organization is very interesting. The students are very engaged and they can participate in some prizes and some prizes at the end maybe. I don't know.
En ese sentido, invitamos a todos los estudiantes de pregrado que están aquí para que participen. Nosotros estamos distribuyendo unos folletos, ahí afuera está nuestro stand, estamos distribuyendo unos folletos y vamos a hacer 2 sesiones, una al finalizar esta primera parte al mediodía para que no se vayan los estudiantes y nos esperen acá. Vamos a rifar 3 membresías para estudiantes que puedan, 3 membresías para entrar a CELPER, capítulo de estudiantes, y un cupo gratis para el próximo curso que dicte CELPER ahorita al mediodía. Al final vamos a rifar 2 cupos para cursos y otra membresía. ¿Sí? Y otras 2 membresías. Ok, dime que solo membresía.
Okay, yeah. At the end of this conference, at the end of the day, today.
In the middle?
Okay, in the middle we are.
Before lunch?
Before lunch, they will provide like some memberships for applying courses and 3 memberships for joining to the self-organization, the Colombia chapter. So please be engaged with the conference, stay until the end. There are going to be some prizes, so please,
Okay. Entonces los espero, espero a todos los estudiantes que quieran participar y que se unan a nuestra asociación. Tiene muchos beneficios. Uno de los beneficios principales es que pueden participar con descuentos en cursos, con descuentos en los simposios. Tenemos muchas actividades en las que participan y adicionalmente pueden compartir con los estudiantes de los otros capítulos de Latinoamérica.
There are a lot of benefits for joining the self-organization, like discounts in courses, and you can have first-hand information about this organization. So students, please be engaged today with us.
Toda la información también la pueden encontrar en la página de CELPER, solamente buscan CELPER Colombia y ahí encuentran toda la información. Thank you very much to everybody for giving me this moment, to Professor William Barragán for giving me this moment in order to say to you the benefits to belong to our organization. We are association. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you so much. I have a question. Are you tired? Do you want to drink or eat something, or you can continue? Yeah. Okay, now we are going to a break. We are going to take 10 minutes break. The break is behind this building in the cafeteria. And we have free open Wi-Fi, so the Wi-Fi is in the next to the door. It will be delivered by the Professor Wilmar Darío Fernández. He is the Dean of the Faculty of Environment and Natural Resources at the Universidad Distrital Francisco José Caldas. So please join me, warmly welcome to Professor Fernández.
Thank you so much, dear Monica. And also, again, welcome to Professor Wilmar Fernández. The title of the presentation is Advancing Geoinformation Science in Colombia. It's a review of 2 years of research agenda formulation. The Professor Fernández is a civil engineer from the Catholic University in Colombia. He holds a master's degree in civil engineer from the University of Los Andes, and he has a PhD in engineer from the Universidad Javeriana in Colombia. He completed postdoctoral studies at the Center for Transportation and Infrastructure at Virginia Tisch Transportation Institute in the United States of America. His research interests focus in the construction materials analysis, pavement and design and analysis. Also in engineering modeling and application of geomatics, principally to roads, and the management and resilient road infrastructure. Currently, he is a professor at the University, Distrital University, where also serves as a dean of the Faculty of Environment and Natural Resource since 2023. And he has a research group, and the topic is sustainable infrastructure. His distinguished career includes teaching in postgraduate course, present at numerous or several national and international conferences, and authority of scientific papers. He is recognized as senior research by the Colombian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and also is a member of a seed management chapter of World Road Association. Welcome, Professor Fernández.
Well, hello again, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for the organization of this event, and thank you, Dr. William Barragan. Okay. Last 5 years we work in this faculty with a group from the Universidad of Twente in the Netherlands, and we established or we planned our research agenda on the topics on the responsible land administration. Colombia has been through a process, a peace agreement, a process of peace agreement. So the main situation around the peace agreement was the land problem, the land issues. And maybe the 60 years of internal war, the main causes are around this problem. So, in the news, for example, Alejandro Reyes said in Colombia there is no land problem. There are 100 land problems, and maybe 1,000, and maybe 100,000, because the land owners have insecurity of his land, and his land is the main source for your development. And what is the problem? Okay, the people hasn't equal land ownership. Maybe we have a lot of parcels, and in this moment, in that moment, because the National Agency of Lands are work very hard around that. What is the possession, or what is the tenure of the land? 1% of the population in Colombia owns the 81% of the territory. It is a big, big trouble. Maybe it's repeated in other places around the world. So, 2016, we had a peace agreement. I remember that day. I can't stop to cry because I born in a country in civil war. And main causes was the land tenure. Peace agreement, if you know, the main important chapter of the peace agreement was in 3 points: comprehensive rural reform, to establish a bank of lands, in the second place tertiary roads, and the other one the irrigation systems. If we have health in these 3 topics, I think we will be the most happiness place in the world. But what happened? So we think, or we established a group to think tank to think about what happened in the research agenda, how the universities, the academy can establish a research agenda in order to get those objectives. So there is the people who work in that time, some actors, professors, some administrators, some people to have or to involve in the decision making, and we establish some activities. We ran a SWOT analysis, and we established some specialization areas. The actors were distributed in these areas. People from different several topics, and the main topic was the geoinformation or the geoscience. Because when we talk about land, we are talking about where, and where you need position, you need, survey and all those things. In that moment, we are talking about Bogotá. Bogotá is the main city in Colombia, and then we have the centralized administration here. We have the National Planning Office, the National Department of Statistics, and the National Registry. I think one of the main trouble, and we have to struggle with, is who is responsible of the data. In particular, in Colombia, for example, the data of the people are disseminated in different institutions. You say, what? Yes, of course. For example, The institution who give us the ID, the registry of the people, have one data about the population in Colombia. But, for example, the National Planning Office has other information of the same people. And maybe the institution who have the information about the property of the land have other information. For that reason, maybe some people who died 20 or 30 years ago, in this moment is already a property of the one parcel, for example. This is too difficult to know who is the responsible of the data. In the case, for example, of the parcels, it's the same thing. But it's very difficult to manage this situation because the information is not the same. Okay. So we ran this SWOT analysis and then we observed some strengths. For example, we have several groups of researchers here at the Universidad Distrital. And we have friends. We have friends. We have, for example, friends around the world. For example, Twente University. For example, the University of Science Applied in Stuttgart. We have friends in the United States. We have friends around the world. But we need to learn and to collaborate with them. If we don't collaborate, we don't have any future. Because some people knows something more about us than maybe us. It is well known that, for example, NASA in the United States have information of all the world, but they doesn't have the capacity to process all that information, just only the information that they need for your business. In that analysis, we all observe weaknesses. And the weaknesses, despite we have some friends and collaboration, we have low interaction with them. Maybe, for example, the language. For example, the capacity building of the people and of the academy, or maybe for the professional. What are the threats or the opportunities? The opportunities are increased visibility, and every single day the technology is advancing, and every single day we have possibilities. For example, as mentioned Dr. Ribel about artificial intelligence. It's here. We have to work with that. And the threats, I don't know what happened in your countries, but in an informal survey, we observe that every year is less or are less people working in geoinformation. For example, in Colombia, in our university, we have an offer of 80 or 120 places to study topographic engineering or cadastral engineering, and we can't obtain that people to study in our schools. It's difficult. And I think, well, for that reason, low number of students every single year, every single semester, and we have a lack of research funding. And in this moment, 2025, for example, United States closed some important agencies to support research for all countries, middle-income developing countries. So, if we analyze what happened with the internal relationship, internal, I mean into Colombia, what happened? Peace agreement moved three important key points. The first one, land tenure security. If an owner have your title of your land, first of all, he is engaged to maintain your property in a good way, and second, the banks maybe can offer some money to develop, right? In the other hand, mobility. If we don't have roads to transport goods and services, it's difficult to have a develop in our country. And the other one, food security. People starving maybe can develop themselves. And the context at the Universidad Distrital, in the geographic framework, we have an important place, not only because Bogotá is the capital. It's just only for the context. It's a urban space, it's a urban environment, but we have in this, I can go back here. If you observe, this is Bogotá, but this part, maybe you can say my pointer here. This part is the urban place, but at the south, this part are several hectares of rural sites in Bogotá. And then that people have rights to enjoy the same opportunities in the city. For that reason, the relationship internal in our region is very important. What happened with the external relationships? We observe three general topics talking about the academy: technology, data sourcing, and theoretical concepts. I want to start with theoretical concept. Maybe it's the concept that we get here at the university, and then we observe, for example, different topics, geodetics, GIS, geodesy, and that things. But we have to have a strong concept about the land, mathematical concept, geodesic concepts. On the other hand, technology. Technology is the way that we communicate with people, with our partners. And on the other hand, data sourcing. Maybe early in the morning, some presenter of Planet, for example, they say about, okay, this is the information that you have to run several projects and several analysis. In terms of technology, I won't read all those topics, but we have these panoramic topics to solve the problems. First of all, machine learning for geospatial data analysis and so on. What happened? We have to to stay prepared to that challenge. The system will be a strong decision support system. We don't have enough tools to make decisions. Maybe the decisions will be fragile. The other topic, theoretical concept. I have mentioned geodesy, topography, photogrammetry, new models or spatial data infrastructure, ontologies, semantic and knowledge, and representation of different geospatial information. In order to get information to make decision, for example, in climate change, our challenge right now. Some people say that it doesn't exist. But, for example, if you read the paper this morning, we have a landslide of 100,000 cubic meters in a road, in an important road here in Colombia, between Bogotá and Villavicencio. And the people can transport, and the goods are stay there. Maybe some of them will be lost, and that's it. And in the other part, the data sourcing. For example, the concept of crowdsourcing, in where many people around the world are collecting data and put it in the net to take decision. For example, a beautiful example is the birthday. Did you know what is the birthday? Is the day, one day in the year, when the people observe any kind of birds and they report. And for example, it's important tool to know about the migration of birds, to know what kind of birds are seen in that place, in what place. It's important. For us, the crowdsourcing is a very strong tool to make decision about that. Okay, another thematics, extraction of thematic information from different sources, LiDAR, SAR, hyperspectral image, remote sensing, data fusion, point cloud processing, mobile mapping. Mobile mapping is my I don't know if say my specialty, but it's my topic. And then these three elements, will be the main focus for a land administration, responsible land administration. These topics in the socio-political aspects maybe give us a way, one way to go through. For example, we observe that there are many part of lands who has not owner. Nobody are responsible for that. For example, a river. Who is the owner of the river? What is the cadastre of the river? What is the cadastre of the road? Or some topics more complicated, for example, an Indian land. In Colombia we have, maybe somebody tells us before, we have maybe 27 different languages in Colombia. How do you manage that things? We are convinced that the solution must be fit for purpose. We can apply a rule for everybody, a rule for every situation. We have to demonstrate the capacity to solve the issues with our own decision. And maybe we need people, we need friends to reach that goal. So for that reason, efficient and reliable land administration requires an infrastructure that allows articulation between responsible entities on the different parts of the process. It is necessary to provide the country with knowledge and information that integrates technical concepts, geospatial technologies, and data sources. And I always thinking that just one entity, one institution, only one responsible for just only one type of data. In the case of the technical concepts, progress must be made in areas such as the geoidal model, for example. Geoidal undulation models for cities with flat topography. Here in Colombia is not too usual, but if you can see the Colombian model, for example, the half of the country we have the Andes mountains, and the other half we have the Great Savannah, and then it could be different to study that configuration. Local topographic plans and atmospheric corrections for the studies in GPS or GNSS. The geospatial technologies topic are intended to continue with the broad discussion on GNSS services and the Internet of Things with geographical applications, geovisualization, augmented reality and virtual reality, building, infrastructure, information modeling, digital twins, geographical big data and cloud computing, machine learning, and advanced geospatial information. Regarding to data sources, topics such mobile mapping systems, UAS-oriented sensors, on-cloud processing, remote sensing, data fusion, information extraction for LiDAR, hyperspectral image processing, and collaborative or crowdsourcing cloud mapping. However, we need people. People are not near to our universities. I don't know why. I don't know why we offer 100 sites and only we get 50. I don't know if in your country it is the same thing. And just only for the undergraduates. I don't know what happened in the postgraduate situation. So I have to now to say thank you for a grant that we received from Oral Knowledge Program in the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Universidad and Universidad Distrital Francisco José Caldas. We work in this project from 2019 to 2023. And then the situation is not different to 1 or 2 years ago. we are working in Colombia. We have very important results around the land tenure because the National Land Agency have or give the titulation of the lands for many people. I don't know if maybe 1 or 10,000 parcels are received for this project, but maybe we need a little bit more because I want to insist the main causes in Colombia for the civil war is in this moment the ownership of the lands. Thanks for the opportunity, and this is my email just in case. Thanks so much.
Wilma, thank you very much for this interesting keynote. Just a little present from our University of Applied Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Professor William Fernandez. And now we are going to start with the technical session. The topic of today is Geoinformation worldwide, disaster and environmental monitoring. The chair for the next presentations will be the professor of our Hochschule für Technik, Angela Blanco. So, welcome.
Thank you, Monica. I would like to introduce myself. This is an honor here in Colombia to be today. Thank you, Professor Schroeder, Professor Baer, Professor Rabiel, William, for this, to make this possible. I am from Bogotá. I study at this university. It's amazing this moment for me. I finished 25 years ago in engineering, cadastral, and geodesy. And after some days, I decided to go to Germany, and therefore is this connection very special for me. 2010 was a huge inundation in Colombia. Half of the country was underwater. Many people suffer in this situation. Imagine 6 months living with the water. Therefore, I decided to combine the two fields, water and geodesy. I am very grateful for the University Distrital and for Germany that give me many options to continue my career. So therefore, it's very emotional for me to be here. And also, I want to encourage the young people to continue to this field, geoinformation. We need people that create solutions for the land management, for the disaster management. So in this section, we have 3 presentations. One presentation is from a colleague in Kenya. Dr. Charles Gaya, can you hear me? He is not present now here in Bogotá, but he's online. Charles, can you hear me? No? Or? I introduce him. He is a lecturer in the Department of Geomatic and Geospatial Information System at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, specializing in surveying, photogrammetry, geographic information system, and remote sensing with research interests in flood disaster management. He also serves as the Director of Planning Performance Contracting. He is also a member of the Education Sector Coordinating Committee. So, he is engineering and surveying at the University of Nairobi, and he is alumni of our master in Stuttgart for geomatics and photogrammetry. He also did a PhD in geomatics, geoengineering, and geospatial information system from the University of Agriculture and Technology in Kenya. So I wanted to hear him. Now, Charles, can you hear me? Maybe your microphone is mute. Now? Charles, we can see your name. And if you also can share your presentation.
Can you hear me?
At last. No. We have some technical problems. Please be here. Stay there. Okay, now the quality of the video is better. Can you share your presentation? No, we can test.
Give me a sec. Please give me a sec. Give me a second. We had a problem with the connection, the other PC. We can try resolve in 1 sec, please.
chance. Can you hear me? Hi, Charles.
Okay, again. Can you speak?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Yes, just talking and share your presentation, please.
Okay, eventually, my presentation is presentation. Determination of optimal site. Optimal
Should he mute his loudspeaker? The problem could be in Kenya as well.
Using long shot so 50% of the time is very important, and where approximately 35% of the population live. So not all of Kenya is green, most of it is arid and semi-arid. And so water scarcity is a major problem. So rainwater harvesting is considered one of the most effective approaches that can be used to supplement this shortage. So the area of study is in southern Kenya, in the central part of the county called Kajiado, and this is Kenya. Longitude, but switch off that one. Because of the aridity of operation, there is need for rainwater harvesting so that it can supplement the available water for the community, for the electric. This is a typical dam in those areas where mostly we have pastoralist use of the Maasai community, more or less can consider an indigenous members of that area. And as you have seen, the most active livelihood is pastoralism. They keep cattle, and they use it for many things as a way, as also a means of barter trade for the meat, the milk, the hides, and so many things. Also, they have been known for years for this, but they have also now done it for bringing for livestock production, which is supplying beef to the towns in Nairobi. They also use it, they need water, so with the rainwater harvesting can be used for farming, so they use it for irrigation. For the agricultural farms, they mostly grow in this area tomatoes, cabbages, and maize, which are also taken to the market. But also, they need the farming for what we call for household and use, which is what you call subsistence farming. So apart from household use, there was some of them have ventured into fish farming, so they need these dams for with water fish ponds to breed to breed fish which they sell to the market in the nearby areas as well. Rainwater harvesting is also important for recharging the groundwater and the water from the roads and the roofs in runoff are collected to increase the water availability in the boreholes and the shallow wells. So rainwater harvesting is a very important measure that is used for purposes of supporting the scarcity of water in this area, which also has high rainfall variability caused by climate change. So this is about now use of the long short-term memory neural networks for modeling the hydrological processes so that we can obtain the discharge data that can be used for supporting the modeling of this rainfall in order to use to get the best sites for the dams or the water pumps and other rainwater harvesting sites. So unlike the conventional methods, which will require a lot of data, and this area has got very fast in situ data from the field, which is a very common problem in this part of the world. So, and also ground truthing might not be accurate, adequate. So, long short-term memory neural networks are known to have particular strength in that they can be used for time-dependent modeling, which can be used to assist in identifying the optical rainwater harvest sites. So the main aim is to estimate the surface rainfall runoff and also predict future runoff based on the climate variabilities, and then identify the optimal sites for rainwater harvest structures. Now this one is done using the normal multi-criteria analysis. But in conceptual runoff models, we require a physical process to simulate the hydrological cycle through a lot of mathematical formulation, which requires some parameters that are not available easily in this area. So, and also this hydrologic variable are also time dependent, and also they are related to the historical events in order to predict the future. So simulations in this area are generally simulations are that complicated. So there are artificial networks that can mimic the systems, but unfortunately they will use the temporal dependency of the runoff models. For example, if it rains, how long it will take to reach into runoff and so on. So, and also the historical relationships. So the LSTM overcomes this inability of this conventional artificial neural network to learn these long-term dependencies and then help solve these problems which involving historical data and sequential information. So it is able to simulate the impacts of precipitation and temperature by identify what needs to be retained for each time step, and it can be transferred for use in the next step, as well as it with new data. So in this methodology, we used a local discharge data sets and compared it with the simulated data sets which were from several sources, online sources, in order to generate the discharge which we used to compare with this, and then we gave a result of the runoff discharge, which was then used together with several layers that under multi-criteria analysis, where they are assigning weight and overlay, were able to obtain the suitable harvesting site. So the data sets were several, some are meteorological. We had sources from Copernicus, which gave us precipitation, temperature, radiation, vapor pressure. We also had NDVI from both, including MODIS, and all these data sets use area index, and use land cover. And we got the soil type from the Kenya Soil Survey, and the discharge obtained from the Kenya Water Resources Management Authority. So when comparing the discharge, we found that from the inputs, we found that the discharge was matching with the in situ discharge. The model discharge we compared from for 17 years was very comparing favorably with the actual discharge from the model. So we used data for 17 years to train the model, and the results were very favorable in comparing with the actual discharge. In the testing also, we used for the training, we used 70% of the data from those years, and then for testing, we used 30% of the data from 2017 to 2020, and for the validation and for testing, we used the data from 2017 to 2021, 2018 to 2021, and also the results were very favorable, as shown by that graph. And in the accuracy analysis, there was very minimal model loss, and the mean absolute error was 5.96. The R-squared value was 0.82, and the Nash cliff it was 0.78. So it was not as accurate as 100%, but it was relatively sufficient for the purposes. So with the discharge obtained, now we use data sets which would now be used for the stability analysis. We using multi-criteria analysis. So, for example, the mean number of precipitation and area, distance to the rivers, and temperature levels, pressure, and the distance to the roads. So these were classified with, for example, the higher precipitation areas being given in class 1, because they are most suitable for obtaining more values, and distance to rivers also according to the closest to the rivers or the rated highest. So each of these data sets were classified for the multi-criteria analysis into 5 groups. We also had soil texture and elevation. Of course, the flatter areas were given bigger the first class. And the soil texture, the sandy soil was the worst, while the clay soil was preferred for rainwater harvesting. And of course, the land use, land cover. We have to look at the areas which have less vegetation were also required for better as candidates, were the best candidates for where to put the rainwater harvesting facilities, so that you improve the vegetation there through farming, but also the areas which already had those dams or ponds were also not were also rated to be far away from the new sites. So the land use, land cover was used to provide the information for those areas, as well as also because of the pastoralic nature of the people there, the routes or the locations of their pastures were important for the watering of their cattle, and then also the grazing routes that they follow were identified. So then we used this for developing the suitability map for the rainwater harvest sites, and it was found that of course the slopey areas were not the best, so the flat areas were identified for these, and also there were also other areas that were left out because they are either near to the existing water ponds and so on. So the green areas were the more highly suitable. There are 4 groups. Highly suitable, very highly suitable. Then we had the moderate, and then the less suitable being in red. Yeah. So from this, we found that this is with this coefficient, which 0.82, which is close to 1, and the loss, which was close to 0, that the model was trained well and is able to carry out predictions for the future. And we also found that the barren and agricultural lands are most appropriate sites for rainwater harvesting, and that the flat and the gentle slopes, which are around 50% of the area, were also the best suitable for the rainwater sites, while the severe slopes, which are 30% of the area, were found to be unsuitable for rainwater harvesting due to these high slopes. So in conclusion, the direct runoff estimation made possible by the LSTM, in contrast to the conventional methods, can serve as a basis for objective data-driven suitability analysis for rainwater harvesting, and the feasibility of using machine learning, like LSTM, for planning water resources. It can be suitable where we have little data, like in this area, and where there's a lot of climate variability due to climate change. The accuracy and the scalability and on the certificate of rainwater harvesting site selection are done here are transferable, which means they can be used also in other sites for the same result. So that is my presentation. Thank you for listening. Sorry for any technical hitches. Thank you.
Can you hear?
sometimes there can be a deforestation or all the human activities, so that can also induce the landslide. And the slope, slope aspect, those are directly related to landslide, and these are the taken from the different sources. Some are from the secondary data sources, most of them are the secondary data sources, and those data, some fault line or river data, they are in vector format, while other are in the raster format, and they have to keep in the same spatial extent and the same resolution for the further conduction of the method. And I have already told that the vector data are converted into raster data, because we are going to carry out the multi-criteria decision analysis, so that we choose the 30-meter resolution. Since we have only the 30-meter resolution of the DEM, that's why we bring all the data into the spatial resolution of 30-meter, and we have to convert the same rasters in the data format in the same format, that is nominal. It is the main crucial important that how you assign the weight to the different parameters or different factors. That's why we choose the ASP table. We conduct the SATI pair comparison matrix, and here we can see that the value was ranging from 1 to 9. That means from increasing slow, high, moderate, high, very high. That's why you can see that in the diagonal all the values are 1, and then we can see that the slope is comparison to precipitation is simply, but when we see the 9, the slope is more important than the elevation. But when we can in the column, similarly that becomes the reciprocal of 1, means that 1 by 9, that means the that is the 1. In this way we have computed the assign, that means we assign the weight, and then after in those values we used in the arc map, so that we could get the weighted value. And these are the weighted value for the 9 factors, so that we finally carried out the weighted overlay, that is under the multi-criteria decision analysis method, so that the pixel value representing from 0 to 1, while 1 indicating the very high and 0 indicating the no response, you can see. And these are the result analysis. These are the classified map of all the causative factors, so that we define all reclassified in the 5 classes, so that even the 5 classes are also given the value according to their impact. And finally the weighted overlay gives this result. Even we define this result into 3 classes: low, moderate, and high susceptible region. And the red indicates the high, while the blue indicates the low. And for the assessment, we must have some data, so that we took the data, this data from the overlay landslides past event, because this district has been researched by many projects and the many organizations, so that we carry out their maps and point out their the GPS point, so that we could convert into the raster and compare with our results. And altogether we took the 33 points, so that out of 33, 4 points goes into the high region, while 7 in the low, and 19 goes into the medium region. And what was the conclusion? It is found that this Sindh-Pazo district is possibility having the moderate slope, so that there is the chances of the more susceptible to the landslide. Also the geological study shows that there is a loose sedimentary of rocks, so that during the rainfall seasons that even caused the more landslide, and most of the southern regions were mostly susceptible to landslide than the other region. On that, about 22% belongs to the high susceptible, while 13%, almost near to 13% goes to low susceptible region, and the remaining 66%, near to 66% goes to the moderate susceptible region for the landslide. And these are the acknowledgements for my group partners. and these are the references. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, I try now. Thank you. So I will ask the audience if you have questions about the topic. Yeah, Professor.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I am very curious about the impact of the earthquakes.
What?
Earthquakes in your country. I remember the 2016 Gorkha earthquake in Nepal.
Yeah.
What is the impact of the landslides in this inventory that you have done?
Actually, we are not 100% sure, but it is somehow found that when there were earthquakes, there were the more fractures line became, so that during the rainfall seasons, the water percolated in those areas and triggering the massive frequency of the landslides, and that is directly affecting or resulting in the landslide. Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm. Another question?
Yeah, thank you, Sanja, for this presentation. I have 2 questions. The first, in the AHP approach, you need the ranking done by experts.
Yeah.
So who were these experts?
I was expecting this question from you because this is similar. Actually, we for that ASP model, we asked the questions to the experts, like EC mode is also somehow contradicting those hazards mapping, and besides the professors or teachers from the like geological structure, and on that basis we prepare that is marking well and we assigned.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. My second question, well, this approach is a classical approach. This means you have not used machine learning. We have heard in the talk before from Charles that similar topic maybe machine learning can be used. Will you use machine learning also in the future for similar mapping tasks?
Yeah, I think it could be better if we have used the machine learning, but the problem is that how can we give the training sets so that is only particular become to the landslide, because we have we have found 9 factors. Even you could get more while you have done research, but in case of the machine learning, there was a critical questioning that how we introduce the area of interest. Even in my country, the places where you think that it is stable, after the 1 year, when there is heavy rainfall, there will be landslide. That's why it is quite difficult for us to believe in machine learning in context of our.
Okay, thank you.
Another question? Okay, I have a last question. Where is the source of the data, the quality of the data?
Yeah, actually.
How do you get those data?
Actually, simply these are the sources of data. Survey Department, the National Mapping Organization of Nepal. Similarly, the EC mode, one of the NGO working in the Himalayan region, Hindu Kush region, that is going to carry out many research. So that's the fault line is being taken from that, and then you can see the OSM for the road network, and mainly the USGS, the main sources for the every research that is carried. That's why mostly these are the sources. And
yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So we can continue with the next presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good, and I think for the student, this is also these methods. We can use such technologies and such data sources in specific regions here, also in Colombia. So this is a key part of. Okay, now, as I got from WhatsApp. So we continue with the next presentation. Is here related to, where is Fernanda? Yeah. John. cartography assessment of Hurricane Iota damage in Providencia, that is an island in Colombia, using photogrammetry and spatial analysis. So I introduce now Fernanda. Moment. So Fernanda is a surveying engineering, as soon to be a specialist in road, wave, and urban traffic design at the Universidad Distrital. She has experience in public sector projects in Colombia, and she is recognized in the academic field for her technical experience and commitment to applied research. Thank you, Fernanda. This is your stage, and you have your presentation. Where is that?
Can you hear me well? Good morning, everyone. For me, it's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Lisa Garzón, and along with my co-workers William Barragán, Juan David Méndez Niño, John Freddy Lopez, and Emily Núñez, I will present our research on the cartographic assessment of Hurricane Iota damage in Providencia using photogrammetry and spatial analysis. Well, first I would like to introduce, although the Hurricane Iota made a landfall in Nicaragua and storm profoundly affect the Colombian Caribbean, Providencia, and the archipelago of San Andres. The Hurricane Iota originates as a tropical wave over the Ocean Atlantic and rapidly developed into the hurricane on November 15, 2020. Just in 24 hours, it underwent an explosive intensification of Category 5 storm. Providencia forms the municipal of Santa Isabel. The environmental provincial holds exceptional significance as a part of UNESCO. The Singing Sea of Flower Biosphere Reserve, including the old natural park McBean that is located in the island. Economically, the community depends primarily on the tourism and the artificial fishing, and small scale the agriculture producing coconut, avocado, mango, and cassava, and the traditional pan de coco. Our objectives. Our main objective of our study is comprehensive evaluate the damage caused by the hurricane. Iota in Providencia using advanced drone photogrammetry and techniques integrated at the geographic information systems. Through this technology combination, we were able to analyze the high-resolution aerial image and systematically classify effect construction of the damage categories. About our research questions, the classification system is essential because it provides decision maker that we clearly quantify the picture of the destruction magnitude and helps prioritize destruction intervention based on the causal need of the urgency. Additionally, we cartographic products including detailed damage distribution, maps on the only visualized impact of the territorial scale, but it also provides robust evidences based on supports, auditories, and decision makers. Our ultimate goal was to contribute practical tools to disaster management and recovery planning. Ensures that the limited recourse that can be directly affect to the most critical areas while supporting the long-term resilience and vulnerability of the community. And next is about our materials and methods that we use in further collect that information. Our methodology increased cutting edge aerial technological with rigorous geodetic control systems. For aerial image capture, we employed an VTOL Winter 1 Gen 2 drone, which combined a bunch of vertical takeoff and landslide with the efficiency of the fixed wing. The system equipped with the Sony RX1R2 camera featuring 42 megapixels, and in us capture the high resolution image with 3 to 5 centimeters per pixel and spatial resolution. For the flying planning and UAV operation, we concluded system slides were 3 strategical altitudes: 120, 150, and 210 meters, with carefully planning overlap parameters, 80% longitudinal and 74% transversal, covering to ensure the complete photographic. Given the provincial shelling condition, including the strong terrain winds and the complete topographic, we completed comprehensive operation safety protocols, including detailed and pre-light checklists, continued weather monitor conditions with the ETM, and structured the data backup perhaps. About the ground control and geodetic position. It is to ensure a geodetic accuracy and indeed the dual frequency GNSA base station for operate continuously for 24 hours, providing differential contribution for all the server measurements. The developed ground control points and independent checkpoints through the island. We reference a Colombian official Magna series coordinate system using both RTK and PPP position models. This approach achieves remarkable position according to 2 and 5 centimeters of horizontal and up 10 centimeters vertically. We integrate multiple auxiliary data sources to optimize flight planning and reduce operation risk, including the digital elevation models both and the EHA official catastrophe maps, currently satellite gallery from Google and SERE's platform, and real-time weather and the climate data from where ADAMA and position planning for drone control was managed using Wintra Pilot software or organized tablet computers. Our photogrammetry processing and spatial analysis, our data processing as a workflow utilize and the peaks for the Mapper photogrammetric software that we especially segment the provincial into 9 independent processing blocks to optimize the conduction and efficiently and ensure the maximum detail attention. Our products include RGB orthomosaicus, digital surface model, and digital terrain models, and especially treat the maps for damage classification, the impact assessment. The spatial analysis fieldwork integrates these photogrammetry products into a geographic information systems. Environmental work include detailed pre-event and post-event comprehension using our historical satellite gallery and the high-resolution UAV orthophotos. Here, this is an image that we can see the difference between the pre-event and post-event. First, if you can see, this one is from the 2019. That is the food bridge that I talked before. That is that connecting in the Providencia and with Santa Catalina, and the post event we can see it was completely destroyed for the hurricane. It is located in this part to connect the island. Okay, about our results. Generating cartographic products. Our technical results demonstrate that it's exceptional, comprehensive, for applied methodology. We successfully generate 295 individual orthomosaic maps and 1,050 scaled, and to provide a complete collaborate and provincial island. These products enable to create the cartographic reduce, including the high-resolution RGB orthomosaics, and clearly reveal the structural damage. Okay, all the products underwent rigorous quality validation, meeting as the ASPRS 2014 international standard to the high resolution cartographic application with root mean square errors consistently with an acceptable tolerance. These cartographic products constitute a relevant technical foundation supporting all the scientific qualitative analysis or the political recommendation. Well, this is the maps that I talked about before, and like this one, we created 295 maps. Oh, wait. And this part, we can see the destroyed island, some of the houses of the people that was in the infrastructure damage. And next one, I have a short video. I want that all of you see it. This is a video that we made with our drone, and of course we can see in the video the infrastructure, the environmental, and all the catastrophe that it was. Okay. Well. Continue. Here is more specific and space for the gas that we was in the island. This was post the disaster, and that garbage keeping the island for around 4 years. Just in a month ago, there was a project to remove it to the island. Here we can see a vegetation cover change. That is the mangroves in the island. This is the park that I talked before, the Macbean park, and this is the island Manzanillo in the same area. The vegetation, we have the water dam in the island, some part of the island destroyed. And okay, about their distribution and characterization of the structural damage. In our comprehensive structural analysis revealed that the magnitude of the hurricane's Iota devastating impact on Providencia's bull environment from a total of the 3,479 evaluated infrastructure across the island. Our findings show that 53% of the building surfaced some levels of the damage, with 32% experienced several damage of total collapse. This means that essentially one third or the island's entire building infrastructure was severely completely destroyed. Here we have a different classification. We classify the information in the minor damage, that is around 12%, the moderate damage 9%, several damage 13%, and total collapse 19%. No apparent damage is 45%. We have to take care that the information we recollect was 6 months ago, 6 months before of the event. So if we can see no apparent damage as in this image, is more of the yellow one, but it's just because 6 months before the government have to do something for the people, so they revealed some houses and part of the roof. So when we take the information, we find that most of the houses were revealed, but just the roof. Okay, so here is more explain the information. This is for the pink one. We have the minor damage. The blue one is a moderate damage, and the orange is a several damage. The color red is for a total collapse, and no apparent damage is where I just explained. For our environmental damage, the Hurricane Iota environmental impacts were extraordinary, affect 7,025 hectares with vegetation accounting for 94% of all the debris. Analysis documented that 121 hectares of the vegetation compared to only 6.8 hectares of construction debris. The vegetation debris consists of 250,000 destruction patches, some reaching 81 hectares each. The massive vegetation loss, particularly mangrove degradation, represents indicate ecological damage and critical reduce the island natural protection against the future storms, as the mangrove serves as a natural barriers that disperse the storm, surge energy, and reduce the impacts. The president agrees the files create additional secondary impacts affecting the environmental quality. Okay, about our discussions, the impact analysis and the vulnerabilities. The comprehensive analysis of the Hurricane Iota reveals a critical correlation between the building size and the damage severity, where large community and commercial infrastructure face these prone risks and generate causing effect social cohesions. Economic activity and essential service delivery. The environmental decisions expose massive vegetation loss, increasing in the 121 hectares compared to less than 7 hectares that the ecosystem degradation represent. The most significant long-term consequence consequences are particularly the mangrove loss and the provides natural storm protections. The methodology and our recommendations, the research validities of UAV photogrammetry as a high effective tool for rapid and accurate post-disaster assessment with 3 to 5 centimeters resolution mapping that mirrors international occurrences standards and enable complete deployed with 48 and 72 hours. Our conclusions is in the Hurricane Iota impacts on Providencia demonstrate that both this devastating vulnerability of the Smile Island territory and extreme weather events that critically import the comprehensive, significant based in the damage assessment methodologies. Our research provides not only detailed diagnostic of the specific disaster, but also contributes a particular tools and framework that supporting resilience, reconstruction, and similar vulnerable contexts in the world. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Fernanda, for this impressive project. So I want to ask the audience if you have questions. Okay, I start. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, congratulations for your study. It's really interesting. I was just wondering if you were able to collect any secondary data and compare it with the type of constructions of the buildings to determine if, like, the most vulnerable buildings that were mostly destroyed, like, what type of buildings were they constructed with? Maybe there's a reason why, like, constructions that are, like, I don't know, maybe made with wood or not very good structures are more vulnerable for being destroyed in these events. Thank you.
Yes, about your question, as we know, the small island is, or the economic of the island is based on the tourism and some small agriculture. So the economy of the island is not the best one, you know, and of course that the building or the house for familiar house are constructed or are building with not the best one materials for those disasters. So in our research, we find some of the infrastructure that wasn't affected a lot was the like the dead one, you know, as a, I don't want to say that important one, but it's like in the country, in the part of the central of the city, and little house that is in the coast are more affected because not have the enough source for build a good house.
Thank you, Fernanda. We continue with the next question.
Thank you for your presentation. It's a very interesting case of the use of photogrammetry. I was wondering, in the classification, if you go back to that slide that it was the classification of buildings. Yeah, that one. That one is the, could you please share us more about, like, the methodology that were used to classify, and if this was automatic classified or was by a human doing it one by one? Thank you.
Yes, is that here I don't have complete information, but it was manually. Okay, it was for people who did it manually in the software. Here in the video, we can see the infrastructure, and with the tools of our software, we have the parameters to identify which one was in those categories. Okay, like this one, it was a total collapse and damage. You see, the roof was completely destroyed, and the walls, and most of the part that here the people can live for the disaster, you know. So we did it manually.
I have a question. How many months were you and your team working on this project? Months or years?
Yes, it was. The information was collected on 2020, on 2021, sorry. And the project information was processing for 1 year to classify all the information, to analyze the problems. As we know, you have to make the flies and the processing the image, and yes, for our presentation and our article, we take around 3 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Fernanda. Or do you have another question? Additional question?
Very nice presentation. I have 2 questions.
Okay.
First, what institution sponsored this project? The first one. And second, this product was used for the reconstruction of the Providencia Island?
Okay. The first question, the institution that helps to the information was for the Universidad Distrital. It was an work with our professors, William Barragan, and John Lopez and Juan David, that are professor on my university, that was the entity that supports the information. And for the next one, no, centrally, the information. So just for the maps, we bring to the government just the maps, no more.
Okay, thank you, Fernanda. We see in this session that there are different natural hazards, natural disasters, and we need the information from geoinformatics to prevent and to be more resilient. And it's also that we can analyze from different sources of data. So, and now I give the word to Monica. Thank you very much, and I think we are going to the lunch.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our chair of this session, Professor Blanco, and to our first expositors of the day. Now we are going to have a lunch break. Yes, we have 2 options.
Pueden escanear el QR o ingresar el número del código. Vamos a jugar una rifa ahorita, en este momento, y otra al finalizar la sesión de la tarde, para que le digan también a sus compañeros que vamos a rifar más membresías. ¿Listo? Entonces vamos a ver un video y ahorita pues el que falte para escanear el QR.
El capítulo de estudiantes de Sprawl Colombia nace en el año 2014 con el propósito de contribuir al desarrollo educativo, técnico y profesional de los estudiantes miembros. En la actualidad, el capítulo está constituido por estudiantes de pregrado que están interesados en intercomunidad y difundir información, promover la investigación y el desarrollo de temas de percepción remota, sistemas de información espacial y áreas afines a las ciencias de la Tierra. Nuestros objetivos como capítulo abarcan desde fomentar el desarrollo personal, profesional en las áreas afines al capítulo, vincular a los miembros de sociedades científicas profesionales, organizar y participar en cursos, talleres, eventos de divulgación nacional e internacional, generar redes de cooperación e investigación entre estudiantes en el país, Latinoamérica y el mundo, incentivar la publicación de artículos científicos en revistas nacionales e internacionales. A lo largo de estos años, como capítulo de estudiantes, hemos desarrollado y participado en diversos proyectos y eventos que han contribuido significativamente al avance de la geométrica en el país. Algunos de los más destacados han sido el primer mapatón del proyecto Missing Maps, que fue liderado por la Cruz Roja Colombiana, en donde participaron estudiantes y profesionales de la Universidad Distrital.
Gracias a la red de contactos que vincula especialistas y empleadores con estudiantes e investigadores del sector público-privado, podemos aportar a los diferentes retos técnicos que afronta el país y temáticas específicas para las cuales nos formamos. El capítulo estudiantil, además de aportar esta formación técnica práctica, nos suma como jóvenes investigadores que desarrollan propuestas capaces de impactar las comunidades en que vivimos en las temáticas que más nos interesan.
Formar parte del capítulo estudiantil de CELPER nos ofrece oportunidades únicas para crecer y aprender. Nos conecta con profesionales y especialistas de toda América Latina, percepción remota y sistemas de información geográfica, ampliando nuestras redes de contactos y creando un equipo de colaboración. Hemos participado en diversos simposios internacionales organizados por CELPER que buscan innovar en nuevas tecnologías y metodologías para el beneficio de la sociedad, además de poder compartir con la comunidad de CELPER en los cafés virtuales, jornadas de educación sobre la innovación del desarrollo sostenible, webinars y cursos virtuales de infraestructura de datos espaciales y Land Administration Domain Model. También podemos gestionar espacios en redes sociales o plataformas en línea para poder compartir el contenido relevante con la comunidad.
Para cerrar nuestro video sobre el capítulo estudiantil de CELPER, queremos enfatizar la importancia de la colaboración internacional. Juntos podemos compartir conocimientos y experiencias, crear un impacto real en nuestras comunidades. Te invitamos a unirte a nosotros, a aportar tus ideas y ser parte de este movimiento global. Colaboremos y hagamos una diferencia. Los invitamos a conocer el capítulo de CELPER Colombia, que nos visiten y juntos nos vinculemos para crear un capítulo estudiantil internacional.
¿Ese? Listo, muy bien. Entonces, una vez animados de unirse al capítulo de estudiantes de CELPER, vamos a jugar el quiz, que es sobre lo que está en el folleto. ¿Listo? ¿Quién falta por ingresar? ¿Quién falta? Es por medio de la aplicación de Quizlet.
Ahí voy a empezar.
¿Listos? Quizlet. Ese. Perdón, ¿sí es Quizlet?
Quizzes.
¿Quizzes? Perdón, es Quizzes. Por medio de la aplicación de Quizzes. Q-U-I-Z-Z. Z-Z. QUIZIZZ. O escaneando directamente el QR desde el aplicativo de su celular. ¿Falta alguien por ingresar?
Habemos 32. Bueno, 32. Va a cambiar el personaje.
Diles que al final los ganadores se queden para anotar los nombres de los.
Entonces, por favor, me avisan cuando ya hayan terminado de ingresar. La idea es que al finalizar, quien gane, pues la idea es como un Kahoot, ¿no? El que más rápido responda. Para los 4 primeros que estén en el podio, vamos a rifar 3 membresías y un curso. Las 4 personas que queden en el podio, pues que se queden un momentico para poder anotar sus nombres y hacer efectiva la membresía, ¿listo? Entonces, ¿ya se pueden iniciar? ¿Ya pueden empezar?
¿Dónde sale la pregunta?
En el celular. En el celular salen las preguntas y pues las opciones de respuesta. Y aquí vamos viendo. Entonces, la primera pregunta sería: ¿cuál es uno de los principales objetivos de CELPER Colombia? Fomentar la competencia internacional, apoyar actividades geoespaciales, reducir el uso de tecnologías geoespaciales o promover la ignorancia en ciencias de la Tierra. La siguiente sería: ¿qué tipo de actividades realiza CELPER para fomentar el conocimiento? Visitas técnicas y ruedas de prensa solamente, solo conferencias, investigación, cursos y talleres o publicaciones y exhibiciones únicamente. ¿Ya hay personas que terminaron? ¿Listo? ¿Quién falta por terminar? ¿Ya todos terminaron? Entonces tenemos a los 4 primeros. ¿Quién es Nasli? ¿Listo? Muy bien. Que te quedes aquí un momento para registrar tus datos. ¿Listo? ¿Quién es Karen Sofía? ¿Listo? Muy bien. Paula Campos.
¿Todos los que ganaron ya?
Sí.
Okay.
Mujeres en el podio. ¿Quién es Lispe? La amiga ganó el curso. ¿Listo?
Bueno, ¿quiénes ganaron membresía entonces?
Ganaron membresía Nasli, la compañera, Karen Sofía y Paula Campos. ¿Listo? Bienvenidas a las 3 al capítulo de estudiantes de CELPER Colombia. También, antes de que se vayan, los invitamos a seguirnos en nuestra página de Instagram, @CELPER capítulo de estudiantes Colombia. Entonces, para que las chicas que ganaran se acerquen aquí, por favor.
lunch? Yes? Amazing. Now that you are again full of energy, we are going to continue with the session. The chair of the next session is our Professor Dr. Paul Rabiel. He is the Dean of our Master's Program Photogrammetry and Geoinformatics at the Hochschule for Technik Stuttgart. So, Professor, please, thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction again. Welcome to all to the first session after lunch. And I have the pleasure to present the first speaker. The first speaker is Metzi Aguiar. She is now affiliated at the Universidad Centroamericana José Simeón Cañas in El Salvador. The title of the presentation you can see here is Urban Sprawl Detection and Land Use Conflict Assessment in Santa Tecla using spectral indices and hybrid machine learning classification of Sentinel-2A area. Currently, she is professor and researcher, specialist in geotechnologies and territorial planning at the Faculty of Engineering and Architecture at the Universidad in El Salvador. Her bachelor's degree she made in computer science, also at the same university in El Salvador, and she already has 20 years of professional experience now, and she also is an alumni of our PG master course. So this is all that I want to say about her. Now I ask you to give your presentation.
The metropolitan area So the city cannot grow anymore horizontally and it's exposed to multi-hazards. The expansion has been uncontrolled because despite there are several planning instruments, they have been very flexible in its application. So the city has grown in a very chaotic way. So the problem statement that I wanted to solve is if it's possible to create a model to detect the urban sprawl using a hybrid classification model combining supervised and unsupervised classification. And as input, I think the microphone is gone. As input data, the use of vegetation difference. Gracias. Murió. Vegetation index and build-up index. And also, I wanted to create a model that could be replicated using open source and free tools so that the population could follow up the growth of the urban area with a low-cost implementation. So the objectives was first to assess the effectiveness of combining vegetation and build-up index to map with a prediction model the urban sprawl and detect land use conflict. The detection of land use conflict was going to be done comparing with areas that are legally supposed to become urbanized. And finally develop a methodology that could be replicated easily and with free technologies. So talking about the theoretical background and previous research, I think most of you are familiar with these vegetation indexes. And the purpose here is to use a combined, a stack combining both indices. So here is a capture of Santa Tecla, the city that I was studying. The first image is the NDVI, and the right image is NDBI, the build-up. And there was already some previous research that suggested improving the refining methodology with the use of a combined index. And here are the name of the authors. Santa Tecla, which is the city I am studying, is located between the volcano of San Salvador and mountains called La Cordillera del Bálsamo. The city is located at 920 meters above sea level. And in 2001, there was a very famous landslide. There were 585 people dead and 200 homes destroyed. It's a landslide that it's been studied. It's called Las Colinas. Yeah, and it was really a disaster. So here you can see in this map the areas that, according to this master plan or our planning instrument, which is official, the areas in orange are the ones that are that can be urbanized. But it is really little, like there is no more space if we are talking horizontally expansion. You can see in green protected areas, and in gray it's the already urbanized areas. So the problem is that we have had several planning instruments. There is also territorial planning law, but all these instruments, most of them have never been officialized, are just technical reference documents, and also they are very flexible in their applications, in their regulation. Okay, as input data, I used these indices from Sentinel-2A, from the European Spatial Agency, and I used Google Earth Engine only to have access to the data because it's a very friendly way to obtain the data sets and to export them. And also my other input data was the vectorized areas of this master planning instrument. My tools were all free, mostly free and open source, except Google Earth Engine. I used R language, which I think most of you might know also. It's a free and open source statistical language. This was used mainly for all the programming, all the machine learning, the libraries are with R. And for visualization, I used QGIS, which is like ArcGIS. It's one of the most popular GIS software. I couldn't translate this diagram, but it shows the overview of the methodology. And I had first pre-processing. I had to pre-process these Sentinel images. And then I used these Camins algorithms for non-supervised classification. I will explain later more this hybrid classification model, but the best combination of parameters for me using Camins was with 3 classes. And then this was validated by experts because they had to validate that is urban, that is non-urban. And then 2 stratums were created, and a random sample was created to obtain the values of the indices for these 2 stratums. Afterwards, I developed a supervised classification using random forest, which is very popular for these classifications. And this was validated. Finally, using basic map algebra, I could identify where the conflict between what in the planning instrument was and what the models predicted for 2 years. Because I had the assumption that the model could work for 2 years, but then I had to run the model again because the information was going to be outdated. This is a zoom for the hybrid classification model. You can access the code. It's located here in Codeberg. Codeberg is like GitHub, but it's a free platform and an open source for, it's more like community oriented. And you can access here the repository with the source code for all the classification algorithm in R. I'm not sure if I can access here. Is there internet? Yeah. Okay. So here is the repository of the code. This is a diagram of the hybrid classification. Here is the unsupervised source code. Okay, so here one important thing of the k-means are these parameters of classifications, because k-means uses number of pixels which are going to be sampled, a random initiation points, and number of classes. So I did all the combinations, and there were 36 images, and the best combination was used afterwards for the supervised model. And here is the supervised. Here in k-means data are the outputs for all the possible combinations, and here is the supervised classification. So the main library in R is called Caret. Caret is a package in R language that contains all these algorithms for random forest, confusion matrix, and to train the model. All the other libraries are for the manipulation of geospatial data. And okay, so here, if you want to check more carefully, you can access the link in the repository. So here, the first step is to create a raster stack of both indices, the vegetation and the build-up index. And then this goes to a k-means algorithm with all these combinations of amount of number of pixels, initiation points, and number of classes. After all this is, after this loop is ended, then 36 classified images are generated, and then this goes as input to the supervised classification. Then two stratums are created, and NDVI and NDBI values are extracted for a random sample. Then a random forest model is trained, which include this cross-validation that I use this leave one out. And then I created these prediction maps, and the confusion matrix was also created to get these parameters to check the precision of the algorithm. Here is one of the applications of the model. The best model worked with 10,000 of units, 6 random story points for the centroids, and the model was able to classify accurately with an approximation of 99% for 2018, and a kappa coefficient of 0.95. And for 2020, an approximation of 93% and a kappa coefficient greater than 0.72. And this image is just to compare Landsat with Sentinel, which is a big difference in their spatial resolution. And finally, the last phase was to identify the conflict in land use comparing with the planning instrument. And it was confirmed that urbanization has grown in areas that are supposed to be protected. Like those pixels in red are those areas that are already in non-allowed places. So, as conclusions, the combination of both indices, NDBI and NDBA, as suggested in previous research, made it possible to analyze the expansion in a horizontal manner of Santa Tecla. Also, the results confirm that the city is growing in a very chaotic manner because all these flexibilities in the application of planning instruments. And this is contributing to the construction of disaster risk in a climate change environment. And finally, I think this can be replicated easily because the source code is available, only free tools and open source tools were used, and this can be implemented by the population who wants to monitor the expansion of the urban sprawl. So that's it. Thank you very much. Here is my email. And I would like to acknowledge also QGIS developers, the R community, Dr. Angel Miramontes, who helped for this research from Universidad Santiago de Compostela, Spain, and Felipe Carranza, who contributed with code also. Thank you.
So, Ms. Agla, thank you very much for this presentation. Please stay a while, because maybe there are some questions from the audience. Are there any questions? There is a question. We have to get along with one micro, so bring it back.
Yeah. Did you present the results to the city planning institution? Did you present the results to the planning urban institutions?
Not yet, but I'm trying to replicate this with some colleagues from researchers in Central America, because we are proposing a project in the area with colleagues from Panama, Colombia, from the University of Santander, to monitor vegetation, but the model might be quite similar. But in the planning, locally, not yet. Mm-hmm.
Oh, any more questions?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. It's just more technical. Did you use you're using Codeberg instead of GitHub? Do you know what is the reason and what is the difference with using like the normal repository? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Well, recently, as you might know, GitHub was bought by Microsoft in 2018, and afterwards. There was a lot of controversy because of this, because all the code located in GitHub was used to train AI algorithms and to develop Copilot. So Codeberg isn't tracking users, it's a more community-oriented platform where you can have also your private repositories or public repositories. But yeah, basically it's this, nobody is tracking you and they are not using your code for training without your authorization. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
Okay.
Sorry, can you pass it? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation. I'm also actually an urban planner. So I was just wondering, you mentioned a very good point by saying that the flexibility in the planning instrument. In planning, there's been a trend of trying to make plans a bit more flexible. So what do you think could be done to reconcile the need to not make the plans very rigid, but again, to preserve, for example, so that urban sprawl doesn't go into these risk areas or areas that shouldn't be developed? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the history of planning instruments in the metropolitan area, as I said, has been very flexible which has caused all these hazards to increase, right? And actually the city is growing like vertically. There is no more space. But yes, sanctions are also not applied. In the short term, I really don't know what the solution is. But yeah, I think also the country and the city should comply with all these international agreements just to mitigate a little bit all these impacts. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we have time for one more short question, if there is one.
Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering what if you use a different type of images in your study? What are the characteristics for an image to be included in your research? Thank you.
You mean why I use Sentinel?
Yeah, or if you want to use a different source of image.
Yeah, actually, I was looking for these methodologies so that it could be easily implemented, and Sentinel is really a good option. It's open. Anybody can access and download these images. And for the scale that I wanted to work and identify these land use conflicts, the Sentinel resolution was fine, and I could easily get this vegetation and build up indexes well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, then thank you again for your presentation. It was a very interesting talk. And thank you for the questions out of the audience. So then the next speaker that I have the pleasure to announce, I mentioned him already this morning. He is one of the two graduates that are here today and graduated recently in March this year. His name is Emerson Martinez Garcia. And as I already said, he made his PhD, graduated in Stuttgart, finished this March. But before, he already was 10 years active as a geospatial analyst in remote sensing and GIS with sustainable agriculture. And currently, he is engaged in open source drought monitoring in Nicaragua. He is from Nicaragua. I guess you made your undergraduate course in Nicaragua as well.
Yep.
Okay, then we have the word. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello? Yep.
Yo las envié, yo las descargué. ¿No es esto? No. Entonces están acá. ¿No es ese? No. Entonces, por correo. Vamos a ver el correo. Entonces, ya me las envió de allá por acá.
So everyone, we just have to wait for the file. Sorry.
Y envíenmelas ahí.
So, can you hear me? No. Sorry for the silence. I guess this is also a little bit my fault, because as a chair I should have taken care probably to have all the presentations on the notebook. So, but it's going on, and hopefully we can soon continue. think here we are. So, please.
Thank you. Yes, there we go. So, hi everyone. I have to say hi also to the people in streaming because I sent the link to my family in Nicaragua. So it is a pleasure for us actually. So let's continue in the same side. We're going to continue in Central America. It was a pleasure also to listen something from El Salvador. So what are we going to do? Is drone monitoring in coastal agricultural zones in Tola. This is my hometown, by the way. And in Nicaragua, using open source data, which is the most important part for me. So first of all, we are going to see all the things we are going to touch in the presentation, right? So very first, the motivation, so why we did so. Then the objectives, the goals we want to achieve, a bit of the description of the study area, data source, methodology, results, conclusion, acknowledgements, and from your side, questions. So, motivation. As you know, well, and that's why we are all here, and climate change is making a very big impact in our daily lives, let's say. So Central America has a specific behavior in terms of weather. We have the 6 months in rainy season in the Pacific side, and 6 months of dry season. It's exactly the same, I think, in El Salvador. So we have to take care of variation of the weather. So if we know tools with open source that can help us to understand places and to make an temporal or spatial analysis to get information from there, for me, I think it's very, very important. So that's one of the main things. We have a high vulnerability to drought. And something else in Tola, in my hometown, which is completely aligned in the Pacific shore. We are going to see where it is located. Also, it has a very sensitivity, let's say, in terms of agriculture. And it is a town where most of the people, including my family, let's say, is working with agriculture. We're going to see some pictures actually, because I didn't do an in situ work, so I didn't take any picture from the site, but I have pictures from my farm, which is nice, I think. And something really interesting is low-cost analysis, right? So scalable monitoring tools. Well, we'll see what we did in details. So then the objective. The very first one is to develop something based on open source in data to generate information, right? So here we focus all our skills in drought analysis and monitoring in a specific framework. Then, this is how we get the information. All the information was gotten using satellites. And then we combine something very interesting. We use NDVI, which is somehow trending and very famous now, as far as I could see. But then we did something even interesting, which is to use even better the NDVI. And then we took VCI and SVI. They both are calculated or computed starting from NDVI. And also, we use rainfall anomalies using chirps. We are going to see both sources because NDVI is from Sentinel-2. And in rainfall anomalies, we use SPI 6. We are going to explain the formula, actually, in comments. And then, what we did is to detect spatial and temporal issues in our results. So we will see that. We can call them hotspots. So we know where and when things are happening, and we can explain them. So now, let's see where we worked. So you see now, what is it? Yeah. So here it is, the mouse. So Metzi, she's from here, so we are neighbors. We have the same accent, actually. So here is Nicaragua. Here in the south of Nicaragua, there is a department we can call, I think, called Rivas, and we work exactly in this red area. What is the mouse? In the red area we work, which is Tola, my hometown.
And why we work there? Well, first, my hometown, and then it's a very sensitive place because most of the people, as I said before, is working with agriculture in these, let's say, 5 main crops: plantains, maize, beans, rice, and somehow watermelon. So if you see the first 4, it's completely justified, the research, because this is the base of the food pyramid, let's say, from, I can say, Latin America. Then the sources. So here we have some examples, actually, where we got the information. Sentinel-2, from there we got NDVI, and from NDVI we work on them to get VCI and SVI. Then we use chirps for rainfall to take the SPI 6 anomalies. I'm going to explain what the meaning of everything. And then the time frame, 2019-2025. So let's see the methodology, how we did so. So very first thing, we use the order trending and famous also, how can say, environment to work for GIS people, which is Google Earth Engine. So then first we set some cloud masking because clouds make a lot of noise, let's say, in a specific period during the time, mainly in rainy season, which is between November and between May and November, and dry season is in between December, let's say, and April. So then we took 1 image per month during the whole time frame I said before, using a mean mechanism, let's say, pixel by pixel, right? And then we calculate the NDVI. From NDVI, we took both secondary indexes, let's say. This is what was done in Google Earth Engine using Java, which is the language there. And then we work on, Visual Studio using Python, which is somehow almost the same than R. They are very close programming languages. Actually, I think they share some libraries. And then once we got the results, we set some thresholds to get the hotspot in time and space, and also we work with that using Python. There we go to vegetation indexes. So here is the key part of this. Sorry if I have to move here, but I would like to see what we're seeing. Sometimes it's not the same brightness. That's why. Yes, just because of the brightness, yeah. So NDVI, we all here know NDVI, right? Somehow it's a representation of the greenness from an image. So then from there we got the relative vegetation condition. So the name is VCI, or the acronym. And here what we use is the minimum and maximum of the whole time frame we have on a specific place times 100. Why? Here we can compare each month with the minimum and maximum. So we can also maximize the incidence or the information NDVI is giving us. Then we got the SVI, which is a standard vegetation index. So here we work, this is to detect anomalies, and here we work with the mean of all images we have, and also the standard deviation. Why? Here we can know how much standard deviation each month is moved, let's say, from the mean of the whole time frame, which is also a tool to magnify the information of NDVI. So then we also work with the rain information. We say chirps. I don't know if you have heard about them, but it's just information for rainfall based on satellite data. So we also did something like SVI, but this is a standard precipitation index based on 6 months, not in the whole time frame we were working. And then we generate, for the precipitation part, we generated categories to understand if we were in a normal month, in a moderate, severe, or extreme drought month, which is the part of the temporal analysis. So then we did something interesting for me. is for the hotspot. This is for the spatial analysis. So spatial analysis and for hotspot in this case means areas with persistent stress or too much drought. And we overlap the information we got from VCI and SVI. So what information? So VCI, if the VCI was lower than 30%, that means this VCI was very close to the minimum. So it's a drought alert, let's say. And also if SVI was lower than minus 0.75, also was very close, that one standard deviation below the mean. So these two values were not based in anything else than literature. So something very interesting I realized while doing this, there is a secondary term inside drought, which is agricultural drought. Because you know sometimes variety are adapted for the drought, so they behave somehow different to the rest of the vegetation. So let's see now our results. So the very first one I want to show you is the spatial one. So here is what we have. This is one image for the whole time frame we got. So we are supposed to see an orange dots, red, I think only the reds are highlighted, but where they both overlapped is like our area of interest, the most sensitive area for drought. So here, if you see, maybe the second part of this, let's say, research could be to make an in situ analysis to validate the information, right? We will consider this, but this is the part where we go the more like drought sensitivity. And I am from that side, is the agricultural part, and where the temperature are reaching the highest. Then, always with the spatial analysis, it completely fit, and this is just a mean of the whole images for rainfall. So it's exactly the same part. So what we can get from here, that with the NDVI, using also VCI and SVI, we can go the same area of interest. Why and how we can use this. So one of the motivation also is that with this type of information coming from open source, you can justify projects, let's say. Somehow now we are dealing with some political issues that do not allow us to use that much information in my country. So with that, you can justify projects and you can ask for financial help, let's say, in agricultural stuff. And then we did the temporal analysis. Analysis. So here, what we have is like a pattern, if you see, with a moderate drought, let's say, category in every year, but mainly close to April and May. So those are the hottest, the warmer month during the year. But also we got one very special here, which is the severe. Let me see, where is that? Is in here in 2022. I clearly remember that year, that month actually. And well, those were the results. Let's see the discussion quickly. So vegetation stress can be tracked by rainfall variability. This area represents only the 4% of the whole area of interest in terms of agriculture. And for local planning, we can completely focus on the hotspots. And finally, for conclusions, where we have the open source data can be scalable for drought monitoring, useful for local decision makers, as I told you, for asking for financial projects and support for projects, and also potential to be replicable across whole Latin America, and why not in other countries. This was created, done in a place with 45 meters above sea level, which is almost nothing, right? And well, as an acknowledgement, I would like to say something. Thank you to the HFT professors and AGSE team for the support and the opportunity. Those are the references. Before the clubs, just see the images. Those are the images for crops we have in my farm. Plantains, as I told you, this is a type of like pumpkins we have in my country, and this is dragon fruit. And well, thank you so much. we also have corn and some like forestry, something like this. Yeah, in small scale. Yeah, please.
So, thank you, Emerson, for this nice presentation. And again, you have the possibility now to ask questions if there are questions.
No one?
There is a question.
Please.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is that your topic is related to drought, yes? And is there any incidence of fire hazard? Because you have said there is a drought. Obviously, when there is the more condition of drought, then the fire can be occurred, yes? And what is there any scenario of fire or burning scenario?
Sorry, I couldn't get. Sorry.
Your research is almost about the drought.
Yes.
Yes. And then when there is a drought, obviously the fire can took place.
Yes.
And if such accident had been occur in there or not? My question is that. Do you understand?
I think I got it. Well, the very first thing was to identify patterns, especially in terms of spatial and time. Then, if we continue the research, I'm going to present somehow this to the city hall of the municipality because they would like to execute some projects. But so far we just reached this part.
Okay. That can be in the future. Okay.
Sorry, I hope I
okay.
answered properly. But
It's okay.
yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the audience? One more.
Hey, great presentation, thank you. I want to ask you, like, can you explain a little more about the results of 2022? I remember you showed that there was like more severe droughts in there, and you said that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the category we applied for the information we got from here using SPI 6. So what will you do here is to take the month you are, so let's say in this case April 2022, you make a mean using the 5 months before, then here's the formula.
I mean a little more like about what caused that. The cause, okay, thank you.
We got that result, and what exactly caused this was the variability of the rain. I mean, it didn't rain that much during the previous year. It didn't rain that much during the previous year, the previous season, let's say, so that's why we got this. But for me, it's very important to understand a pattern. Every a specific amount of month, we are going to have this type of, let's say, drought category. So then you can get ready to that time. In other months, maybe it's not that necessary. Yep.
Okay, we have time for one more question. But as I can see, there is no question. Then thank you very much again for this presentation. Thank you for your questions. And now we have one more presentation in this session. The name of the speaker is Hector Mora Baez. I hope I pronounced it more or less correctly. And he started his impressive career as a cadastral engineer and geodesist from this university here. Then he went on to South Carolina in the United States to make a master's degree there in earth sciences with an emphasis on GPS and applied geophysics. And from there he moved on to Japan to make a PhD in earth sciences with an emphasis on deformation of the Earth's crust at the Nagoya University in Japan. And then he was a professor for more than 30 years in different universities in Colombia and abroad. And he's the creator of the GeoRed project in Colombia. He was director of the Volcanological Seismological Observatory of Manizales, director of the Seismological Network of the Coffee Aces, and advisor to the General Directorate of the Colombian Geological Service. Currently, he is an advisor to the Agustin Codazzi Geographic Institute in Colombia, where he's already working at the University of Manizales. I hope it was all correct. Then you can start your presentation as soon as you are ready. Is this working now, this microphone? Yeah? Okay, then if this is working, you can use that.
Thank you very much for the organizing committee for inviting me to give this talk. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the status of the geodetic infrastructure is in Colombia. So maybe it's better the other one. That's why I want to. What?
I think this belongs here.
Better? No. Ahora sí, nenos. Nada.
Sonido, ¿no? Sí.
No le gusta mi voz. Doesn't like my voice. Okay. Thank you very much. And now, it's better? Okay. We are talking a little bit about how the geodetic infrastructure has been implemented in Colombia. So the idea is to work, this is work done with another people from the Geographical Institute and also from the University of Manizales. This all has a motivation. We know that the geospatial information, the geospatial data are very useful and very important for the different activities of the humankind, from the different institutions, from the different countries. When we're talking about the social, economic, environmental studies, we need to use geospatial data. But I think that we are forgetting something very important. That is about geodesy, the concept of geopositioning, the georeferencing, and the GNSS receivers. I know we are able to get the coordinates, but there is another world that is possible to use the data from the geodetic receivers in different ways. That can be used for the solid earth, atmospheric earth, oceanic earth studies. So that I want to show in this presentation, this talk, is something that we have done in the solid earth in Colombia. So for that, in order to understand the situation in Colombia, I want to talk about the regional geodynamic frame. Probably the foreign visitors in Colombia, they are going to ask after this visit, where are we going here? Because we have many problems in Colombia. We are located in the northwestern corner of South America, where 4 plate tectonics, main plate tectonics, are interacting. We are talking about the Cocos Plate, the Nazca Plate, South American Plate, and the Caribbean Plate. And between them, there are several geological blocks, wedged, like than the Bonaire block, Triangular Maracaibo block, Norandian block, Chocó block, Panama block. So this situation in Colombia is northwestern corner of South America, southeastern of Central America, and also in the Caribbean. So this is very real, the geodynamics that we have in Colombia. For that reason, we have a lot of geological faults. I am showing here the main geological faults that we have in Colombia, and also sharing with Colombia, with Ecuador, we have a lot of volcanoes, active volcanoes. So this is a situation, very intense deformation, a lot of earthquakes. So we can say that it's not only for the solid earth behavior, but every year we have some kind of disasters in Colombia. Earthquakes, volcanoes, landslides, and sometimes there are another type of the situation like that, the rainfalls, floods. So we are a very interesting country in order to work for the study in different ways and for disaster management and prevention, disaster prevention. And we have some seismicity in this area. These are the earthquakes for the period of time between 2000 and 2020, only 20 years. And the seismicity, the magnitude of these earthquakes is only 3 or larger than that one. We collected this data from the United States Geological Survey and also from the National Seismic Network. So we can see delineated very well the boundary between the plate tectonics that are interacting in this part of the world. But we have another thing, the Bucaramanga seismic net. There are basically 3 seismic nets, very recognized, very well documented in the world. One in Romania, another one in Colombia, and the other one in, I think it's Pakistan, I don't remember the name. Well, this Bucaramanga seismic nexus is generating earthquakes every day. Those are recorded by the National Seismic Network. And some people, in some cases, felt these earthquakes in different periods of the year. In order to understand the situation in Colombia, I want to show some of the representative intraplate earthquakes in Colombia. And we can start with this one in 1875. Cucuta City, that is in the boundary near with Venezuela, was destroyed in 1975. And there are here different earthquakes, and I want to mention one in 1917 that affected Bogotá city. And there are some earthquakes here. I want to highlight this earthquake in 1967, the magnitude 7. And recently, on June 8, there was another earthquake that was felt in 36 municipalities in Colombia. So we have here Bogotá. So this is the boundary between the northern block and also the South American block. So we are expecting to have earthquakes very often in this boundary. It's possible the people is interested in looking at the seismicity in the country. It's possible to see in this link. There are more earthquakes. Excuse me, last. One is the March 31st, 1983 earthquake, Popayan earthquake. 200 people were killed, but there is another tragedy. November 13, 1985, Nevada del Ruiz volcano eruption. 25,000 people died. It was the second worst volcanic tragedy in the last century. So I am showing these 2 events, particular events, because of them started in Colombia running the National Seismic Network that started in 1993 because it was a necessity in Colombia in order to understand what is going on with respect to the seismic situation in Colombia. And because this eruption, so 3 observatories, volcanological observatories, were created in Colombia in order to monitor 3 segments on the Central Cordillera. The northern segment, where the Ruiz volcano is located, the central part of the Nevado del Huila volcano and the southern part, where it is the Caldas volcano, that killed in 1994 9 scientists that we were working in a workshop about volcanoes. However, why we started using GPS in Colombia? In 1975, there was a report from Nichenko from the United States Geological Survey saying the probabilities of the occurrence of earthquakes in the Nazca subduction zone about the 70% of the 6.5. So I want to show in this area 4 particular quakes. The first one, in January 31, 1906, the magnitude 8.8. It causes tsunami and it was felt on the western part of the United States, Hawaii, and also Japan. The second one is in 1942, the magnitude 17.8. The third one, January 1958, 17.6. And the last one, December 12, 1979, magnitude 8.1, caused a little tsunami and destroyed a small town in this area. So it's necessary in that time starting using GPS in order to understand what is going on when interpret earthquakes. However, there was another earthquake in this century that affected Ecuador. It was in April 16, 2016. Basically, this earthquake is a repetition of the 1942 earthquake that occurred in this area. So we are in a very interesting area. So that's why it was created the CASA project, Central and South America GPS project, funded by NASA, National Science Foundation, UNAPCO, JetPL, and University of South Carolina. It was funded from 1988 to 1998. We occupied some stations. We created a network in 5 countries: Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Panama, and Venezuela. But it was necessary to take data in another station because in that time there was no reference frame. So it was necessary to have some station to observe what it changes the motion in this area. It was the beginning. I want to show what the scientific goals in that time. Measuring strain in the northern Andes, you can understand why. Measuring the subduction rates for the Cocos and Nazca plates beneath Central and South America, and measuring the relative motion between the Caribbean plate and South America. This is the stations that were used as the reference for the CASA project. And at the end of this project, this is basically the CASA network that was established in 5 countries. During that time, I had the opportunity to install the first permanent station in Colombia, named BOGT, and this part actually from the AGSE network. This work was done by 2 governmental institutions, the Geominas in that time, that is basically the Geological Survey, and the Geographical Institute. So it was working together, the 2 institutions. CIRGAS is a Pan-American project, an organization in order to establish a unique regional frame, geocentric regional frame, initially for South America and extended for all the America. Using some of the CASA station and also CIRGAS station in different parts of the countries were performed field campaigns, 1995 and 2000, and the Geographical Institute in Colombia started creating the National Geodetic or Geocentric Reference Frame using different stations. 60 stations were used in that time, 8 Circas stations, and 16 Casa stations. Those stations were occupied 1994, 1995, and 1997. At the beginning, the reference frame was expressed in ETR, International Terrestrial Reference Frame 1994. Now is ITRF 2014. We are working in updating the ITRF reference frame to ITRF 2020. At the same time, the geographical institution started installing permanent stations that is called the Magna Echo, continuous operating geodetic stations. This started in 1995, but at the same time, another institution, in Quiominas, where I used to work, we started to create the field station network between 1998 and 2006, and these are the main goals: to expanding the CASA network, to create a network using or designing a specific network for specific purposes like than what? For kinematics. We need to start looking at the kinematics of the active faults. We took the data annually under the field campaigns type between 72 to 120 hours in each station, and also starting after an earthquake occurred to start occupying the stations nearest to the epicenter. In 2006, I wrote a proposal, and this was approved by the national government, and it's called the GeoRed. That's part of the Spanish acronym, Geodesia, Red de Estudios de Formación. The idea is to improve the technical, scientific, and operational capabilities in Colombia for analysis, interpretation, and policy formulation regarding phenomena related to coastal deformation in Colombia using GNSS satellite technology. This project started in 2007 and is still running. Basically, this is the network collecting data from different countries, sharing the data from the different countries, because the earthquakes and another kind of geodynamic phenomena, they don't respect political boundaries. We need to work together. But the most important thing is how the stations are being installed. So we need to guarantee the stability of the antenna. For that reason, we buried, we drilled in some areas, even between 3 and 20 meters of depth of the steel bar to keep the antenna in very well stable conditions. Well, the Geographical Institute and the Geological Survey were working together. We were working in separate way. After the peace agreement signed in 2016, the two institutions started working together. And since then, we installed stations in different ways. So we have here the Magna Echo stations that are from the Geographical Institute, GeoRed from Geological Survey, GNSS Colombia, the other stations that have been installed for the two institutions. There are some private stations like Dancenica, that is a sugarcane research institute, that they need this reference station for the precision, agriculture precision, the water aqueduct in Bogotá, the AGSE GeoRed, and also the one institution, educational institution. So basically, this is the infrastructure that we have in Colombia. One of the first products that we have is how our country and the neighborhood countries are moving. This is related with the year 2014. So we can see here the motion of the South American plate, the motion of the Nazca plate, the motion of the Cocos plate, the motion of the North Andean block, and also the largest deformation that we have here in the boundary between the Nazca and South American plate. And we can see how the vectors here are changing about 7.5 degrees of latitude because of the collision of the Panama block with respect to the North Andean block. And we can see how the behavior of the Caribbean Sea. So this is one of the first product that we have. So this is the input in order to understand the coastal strength in Colombia. Another thing that was built 2 years ago with the National Geodetic Control Center. So what does the National Geodetic Center do? We have 4 specific activities, but the most thing here is how to provide the data for the different kind of users, for the normal or traditional surveys, and also for scientific tasks, and also provide PP online processing, differential online processing, and 3 BRS, Rainel data and geodetic coordinates for everyone. The only thing you have to register at the National Center. One important thing that has to be released this year, I had the opportunity to create the strategic geodesic plan for Colombia, 10-year vision. So we have 6 strategic objectives. So basically, we are building the capacities in geodesy for the next 10 years. That is the idea. The question now is how we are going to implement that, because we have different tasks, different goals, different challenges. But at the same time, it's important to highlight how private universities are interested in start working in this kind of stuff, like the geoinformation studies. So the Universidad de Manizales is the name of the city of the western part of the Colombia, in an agreement with the University of New Brunswick and the International Center for Theoretical Physics. So installed one station that is part of the Eclipse NB network. So basically are these the first results about the vertical total electronic content. So the idea is to start using the intelligence, artificial, for trying to understand what the behavior of the ionosphere in Colombia too. So I can see that most of the slides, they have some conclusions. I don't have conclusions. I have basically challenges. The first one is how we are going to use the data provided by the Colombian infrastructure for study the solid earth. How we are going to use the data provided from the Colombian geodetic infrastructure for study the atmosphere, even ionosphere, and troposphere. And how we are going to use the geodetic infrastructure for studying another kind, for example, the GNSS reflections that is possible to use, for example, to study the sea level, different kind of actions. So these are the challenges, how we are going to promote the use of the GNSS data. We need how the academia, the universities work with data. This is a challenge. We can make a list of different challenges, of different goals, but we need to start thinking how to use the data in the right way. We are building a pathway for the geodetic stuff for the next 10 years. Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation, and I guess you are also open for questions, if there are some from the audience. Questions? No questions? Again.
Okay, I think I don't need this. I can.
I think the audience will want to hear your question too.
Thank you, Professor, for your excellent presentation. We all know that the GNSS will give the ellipsoidal height, yes? The height that is the ellipsoidal height. Yeah.
For our studies, we use it for the ellipsoidal height. By the way, thanks for the question.
And
but for the question.
And
we are working in the geoid model in Colombia.
Oh, that means geoid model has not been defined in case of Colombia, yes? Geoid.
The geoid, we are working in a new geoid for Colombia, the geoid model for Colombia, and also to start using the IHRF system for vertical. We are working in a special project in northwestern Colombia, trying to implement these new techniques.
And in, I think, slide number 8 or 10, can you go to the slide 8 or 10? Slide number, I think, because in one slide I saw there, certain place there are more number of GNSS stations. What can be the reason for that? Up, go, please go. Up. Yeah. This. The yellow line also the GNSS station, and there are more number of yellow color. That means that the more number of GNSS station. What might be the cause for specific area, but the more number of observation station? Do you get me?
No, I don't understand.
Okay. In certain sector there are more number of observations. What can be the reason?
Here?
No, please below. Yeah, in those areas. Yeah, there are more number of observations because density.
About the number of stations that we have.
Yeah.
There are so many stations, and in other regions less stations.
Yeah.
Here, why?
Yeah, because there are more.
Well, some security reasons in Colombia. So sometimes it's difficult to find security sites in order to avoid the vandalism of the stations. So we need to protect the station. And there are another thing. For the installation, for the selection of the site, we need to fill out some geological conditions. So these are very interesting for study the crustal strength. And the other thing, this is for geodynamic studies. But you can see here, we are trying to fill out all the empty space because we have to provide data for everyone with different purposes. So the idea is to fill out some areas. That's why, compared with the other thing, the other network, now we have more stations in this area of the country. Of course, we need more data. There is one question. How many stations do we need in Colombia? It's difficult to answer because the geological tectonic condition. But let me tell you something. Japan is only a part of Colombia. They have 1,308 stations. So how many stations do we need in order to study the tectonic? We have a lot. We need to start sharing more data with the neighborhood countries. I don't know if I answered your question. I'm sorry if I didn't understand your question at the beginning. But we can talk later.
Okay, looking at the time, I think I'd like to close this session now, and I thank you again for this presentation. Thanks for your question, and I give the micro back to Monica, who is moderating the next time.
Thank you so much to the chair of this session, Dr. Paul Rabiel, and of course our speakers. And before to move to the third and final session for today. We are going to take a coffee break. So it's 30 minutes break. We are going to see here again at 4. So enjoy. Thank you. of the master's program in photogrammetry and geoinformatics at the HFG Stuttgart. So, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome to the last technical session for today. So we have still 3 presentations in this session. So let me introduce our first presenter, which is Paola Andrea Suarez Jaimes. I hope the pronunciation was more or less correct. Sorry if not. She is a cadastral and geodetic engineer from the Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas, currently pursuing a master degree in information and communication sciences with an emphasis on geomatics. She has extensive professional experience in remote sensing and geoinformation, applied to strategic sectors such as energy, mining, and territorial monitoring. Paola has worked as a sector manager and consultant at ProCalcula, leading commercial and technical strategies for high-impact projects. She has also contributed in academic and research contexts through publications and conference presentations, highlighting her work on radar interferometry and geospatial analysis. She is recognized for her leadership, responsibility, and commitment to innovative and sustainable solutions in geoscience. The title of the presentation, I think, is also a joint presentation with different authors. You see already in the slides. So, Paola, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great honor to be here in this event. Today, I will present our research, multitemporal monitoring of subsidence in Bogotá using persistent scatter insert techniques, geoinformatic integration for sustainable urban management. This work was developed by myself, Paola Suarez, and together with Edilberto Suarez Torres and José Luis Herrera Escorcia. My English is not the best, but here we go. I am going to speak in English and explain the result in English and Spanish. We alternate between 2 idioms. Okay. The first, the introduction, subsidence is a key phenomenon affecting urban development, not only in Colombia, but also worldwide. Previous studies, SUC of those from Geographic Institute of Catalonia, already identify subsidence in Bogotá. At the same time, the Colombian Association of Hydrogeologists has reported a reduction of groundwater reserves in the savanna de Bogotá, especially in the western part, due of overexploration that has been ongoing for around 40 years. Given this context, we needed a reliable methodology to constantly monitoring subsidence in Bogotá. For this purpose, we use a powerful remote sensing technique, in this case, persistent scatter interferometry, or PS. Okay, the general objective was to monitor multitemporal subsidence using the persistent scatter technique in Bogotá. And the specific objectives included 1. Processing and analyze Sentinel-1 interferograms from 2022 to 2023. 2. Implementing an algorithm to analyze subsidence time series.
And 3, validating the methodology with GNSS data. For the methodology, our methodology was divided into 3 main phases. Let me guide you step by step. Okay. In the phase 1, data acquisition, we acquired Sentinel-1 radar image in single complex format. This image provides data in slant range geometry. We used 46 images in total with a temporal resolution between 12 and 36 days. This is the specification of image and the date. In the phase 2, study area and preprocessing, the study area is the urban zone of Bogotá. In the process, we generate a stack, perform co-registration with the image, calculate coherence with the image and stack, and identify persistent scatter. The points persistent scatter. And the phase 3, complementary data and hot spot analysis. We included GNSS data from 3 stations, BOGT, BOGA, and AGSE. We also mapped groundwater extraction points provided by the Environmental Secretary. To better understand spatial patterns, we applied the statistic G or JETIS hotspot analysis algorithm, which identify areas with statistically significant cluttering of high or low values in this zone. In results, from processing, we obtained over 2.6 million persistent scatter in the zone of interest, subsidence of up to 25 millimeters during the study period. Some areas, such as the country club, for example, had low coherence due to vegetation, which limit the analysis. The highest subsidence values range between 10 and 25 millimeters. We also found apparent uplift zone which values between 5 and 7 millimeters. Okay, let me switch in Spanish to explain. En este punto estamos haciendo zoom sobre una de las zonas de interés donde pudimos evidenciar esos PS o persistent scatter, en donde más se evidenció subsidencia en la ciudad de Bogotá. En esta zona, casualmente cuando hacemos la superposición de la superposición de los puntos de aguas, de extracción de aguas subterráneas. Aquí existen 2 puntos donde se da esa extracción. Entonces, a partir de eso podemos empezar a sacar esas conclusiones y bueno, allí, como les comentaba, es un punto donde hay bastante subsidencia en la zona, en la ciudad de Bogotá, en ese periodo de tiempo estudiado. Ahora bien, si seleccionamos uno de los puntos específicos, porque ahorita estábamos viendo la generalidad, ahora podemos ver la particularidad, podemos ver la serie de tiempo en donde podemos evidenciar que efectivamente se está dando esa deformación a lo largo de las diferentes fechas. En el eje X tenemos las fechas con las cuales hicimos el estudio y en el eje Y tenemos esa deformación en milímetros que podemos evidenciar con cualquier punto que lleguemos a trabajar. Este es otro ejemplo donde encontramos alta subsidencia. Por allí, en esta zona también existen unos puntos de extracción de esos reservorios y exactamente el mismo ejercicio. Si tomamos uno de estos puntos, ya sea de los donde se evidencia mayor subsidencia o algunos que estén cercanos, vamos a ver esa serie de tiempo y esa tendencia hacia la disminución o hacia el hundimiento. Okay. The temporal analysis revealed some pixels showed with positive or negative trends. Other present abrupt jumps became as outliers. Overall, 6 different PS layers were generated for interpretation at multiple scales. This is another example. And the multiple scales. Okay, we compare our PS result with GNSS station, particularly BOGA and BOGT. This confirms the skinning trends and validate the reliability of our methodology. Let me switch in Spanish. Las gráficas que están viendo a mano izquierda podemos evidenciar esa serie de tiempo de la estación, de esa, en este caso de la estación BOGA, las variaciones que obtuvimos a partir de la técnica de posicionamiento por punto preciso, y a mano derecha podemos ver la serie de tiempo de un punto muy cercano ubicado a la estación BOGA, en donde vemos pues que las dos tienen esa tendencia negativa y donde podemos evidenciar ese hundimiento, por lo menos, y lo podemos corroborar en la zona donde se encuentra ubicada la estación. Aquí, para la estación BOGT, a mano izquierda van a poder ver la gráfica de un punto cercano a la estación, donde se pueden ver todos los puntos o todos los persistent scatter, donde se pueden ver toda la serie de tiempo de un punto, de un PS seleccionado cercano a la estación. Y a mano derecha podemos ver la gráfica del JPL, del Laboratorio de Propulsión a Chorro, que también pues monitorea cómo se encuentra la estación. En este caso, para nosotros era de interés poder visualizar qué pasaba con el componente vertical de esta estación, y si nosotros hiciéramos un zoom dentro del periodo que se hizo el análisis 2022-2023, también vamos a evidenciar que la estación está presentando un hundimiento y que pues se puede reflejar o también se puede ver o cotejar con los resultados que obtuvimos aplicando esta técnica. Y bueno, acá podemos evidenciar un dashboard en donde podemos ver los resultados de los puntos de subsidencia en la ciudad de Bogotá. A mano izquierda ahí están los puntos a manera más general, es decir, en toda la ciudad de Bogotá. A mano derecha tenemos los puntos en una zona específica. El ideal de este tipo de datos es que se puedan publicar en diferentes herramientas con las cuales se puedan tomar o se pueda ayudar a la toma de decisiones mucho más rápida y que el análisis pueda ser mucho más efectivo. Entonces aquí, a medida que vamos paneando, que vamos tocando un punto, en la parte de abajo va cambiando la gráfica o la serie de tiempo en donde muestra cuál es el hundimiento, en este caso que era como, que es lo de nuestro interés, el hundimiento, cuál es el hundimiento que se presenta en la zona de interés que estamos estudiando en los diferentes periodos de tiempo analizados. Okay, conclusion. We developed a PS-based methodology for monitoring subsidence in Bogotá using Sentinel-1 data. This approach allowed use to identify surface displacement patterns in urban area through advanced interferometric processing. Validation with geological information confirmed the robustness of the method. The importance of monitoring subsidence with advanced remote sensing techniques. The role of PS and DINSWAR in detecting even small, imperceptible displacements. The potential to inform decision-making and design mitigation measures. PS maps are highlight value for urban planning and resource management. Even though PS reduce the data set significantly, the remaining volume is still large. For this reason, we applied local spatial autocorrelation using the algorithm G or JETIS to identify coherent deformation regions. This approach enhances focused analysis at different scales. In conclusion, this research demonstrated how persistent scatter INSAR can be successfully applied for urban monitoring in Bogotá, setting the foundation for future application in Colombia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Paula, for your presentation. Very interesting. I know it's a laboratory, it's rather complex technology. Are there any questions, maybe especially for those who have not understood all the questions?
Hi, it is a nice presentation. I had question about surface deformation. It is a long time process. But as far as your study concerned, you took data 2022 and 23.
Mm-hmm.
Is it sufficient enough?
Sorry, I don't understand all questions, but
I can explain. You have only used 2 years, but usually takes longer time for the subsidence. So
Okay.
do you think it's enough just using 2 years?
Ok, es decir, lo que entiende. El estudio, ok.
Él te está preguntando que tú colocas ahí para la deformación 2 años, datos de 2 años, que si tú consideras que son suficientes o no, y pues obviamente la razón, el por qué.
Ok, voy a responder en español y de pronto también si me puedes ayudar a responder en inglés, gracias. En 2 años, como les contaba, implementamos 46 imágenes, utilizamos 46 imágenes del satélite Sentinel-1. Digamos que para utilizar esta técnica de Persistent Scatter es importante tener una buena cantidad de imágenes y bajo la metodología y bajo, digamos, lo que dice los libros, por decirlo de alguna manera, una buena cantidad de imágenes empieza a ser significativo de 20 imágenes para arriba. Entonces, tomamos una buena cantidad de imágenes en ese periodo de tiempo. Sin embargo, mientras más imágenes se tengan, se puede volver mucho más robusto la aplicación de la técnica de PS.
She says that they use 46 images and they consider that is enough. The theoretical things is talking about that the better results is more than 20. And she says that probably the results are good because they are allowed with that kind of images that they process.
Thank you. Other questions?
In Spanish, please.
Muchas gracias por la presentación, Paola. Quería saber si los 2 puntos de subsidencia que tú mostraste en Bogotá están únicamente en función de los puntos de extracción de agua, o hay algunas otras variables que pueden entrar en juego para la subsidencia. Okay, my question is the subsidence process in Bogotá in 2 points, a specific point that she showed in the presentation, is only because the water extraction, or there are different variables involved in that process?
Ok, la variable que, digamos, tuvimos en cuenta en este estudio fue efectivamente los puntos de reserva de agua subterránea, pues que son explotados y que son legales, porque pues digamos son los que contempla la Secretaría. Fueron los únicos que tuvimos en cuenta. Digamos que allí también podría ser interesante para futuros estudios tener en cuenta otras variables como quizá la densificación que pueden existir en las zonas. De pronto en esa zona que yo mostré al principio, ese es el sector CUR, el CUR de compensar. Entonces digamos que ahí existen como esas particularidades que hay que tener en cuenta. De pronto ahí justamente en esa zona una densificación, no existe una densificación muy grande o por decirlo edificios muy altos que puedan empezar a hacer ese asentamiento. Puede ser una variable a tener en cuenta, pero en este estudio solo tuvimos en cuenta los reservorios de agua.
They consider in the study only 2 points, the water reservoir, because they are legal. Could be others, but they are illegal. The point is that they understand that it's possible to keep in mind another things like population, like building constructions, and so on. But it's a regulation and they only consider those 2 points.
Thank you. I think that's another question.
Oh, por Dios.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes.
Hola.
A ver, mi pregunta nada más, quiero de los ejemplos que enseñaste, los puntos que se identificaron en la subsidencia, ¿fueron identificados en suelo o sobre edificios, por ejemplo, sobre la altura de un edificio, en el top de un edificio, una casa. Me da curiosidad saber cómo se comporta ahí el análisis en estos dos tipos de, digamos, de superficies. So my question was that I was wondering if the examples that she showed were only on bare ground, or if they use also an example like in the top of a building to see how the methodology is working like in top of buildings, and so maybe that's also connected with the other questions.
Ok, gracias por la pregunta. Sí, aquí cuando ejecutamos esta técnica, bueno, las imágenes, tú sabes que pues digamos rebotan ante el reflejo que tengan, pero también se implementa un DEM en donde podamos quitar esa topografía y digamos que hacerlo a suelo. Sí, señor.
She says that they identify the points and identify it directly, but it's possible to use the digital elevation model and according with that identify in situ the points that they are interested.
Thank you. Next question, please.
I am going to ask her about why it's important to compare with another methods, because we use it 76 image terrasar X station for the Bogotá. So I want to ask about what the main point that you found for the high value of the subsidence. I don't know if coincides with the value that we got. So that's my question. Nosotros utilizamos para la subsidencia de Bogotá, que por cierto no lo vimos en referencias, y sugeriría que las compararas, 76 imágenes de terrazar, y encontramos el mayor valor del orden de 32 milímetros por año en Puente Aranda. Quiero saber si dentro de estos resultados estamos hablando de la misma zona, porque tú estás utilizando PS, nosotros utilizamos DIMSAR, entonces quería saber al respecto y para que ojalá se pudieran comparar los resultados, y también lo de la estación de GNS de Pedro Jardá, que tal vez habría que mirarla para el mismo periodo de tiempo.
Ok, sí señor. Sí, efectivamente como lo comentas, si lo miráramos así como en esas localidades y en esas zonas, Puente Aranda es una de las zonas en donde se evidencia esa mayor subsidencia. Los resultados que nosotros obtuvimos nos dan que la mayor subsidencia en ese periodo de tiempo son 25 milímetros, entonces los 25 milímetros en el sector CUR, ahí fueron donde obtuvimos una mayor subsidencia. ¿Eso es Puente Aranda? Sí, señor. Sí. Y sí, efectivamente pues utilizamos imágenes Sentinel-1, estaría muy chévere poderlo hacer con otro tipo de sensores, a ver qué otros resultados tenemos, implementando esta técnica o implementando otras técnicas. Sí, señor, totalmente de acuerdo.
In summarize, the professor already used 76 images within, and the difference was around 32 millimeters. And they used 20 images, and the difference was 25 millimeters. I was in the similar area.
But there is a difference. There is a difference because we used the data from 2011 to 2018. So it's about 7-8 years. So you have only 2 years. La diferencia es en el periodo de tiempo. Sería bueno, chévere poder comparar.
Comparar, sí, señor.
Okay, thank you. I think there are no other questions, and thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And let me introduce our next presenter, which Saeed Hassan Siddiqui from Bangladesh. He is a GIS and remote sensing specialist working in the ICT division of the Institute of Water Modeling. Mr. Siddiqui has got a bachelor in urban and additional planning in 2002 from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology in Dhaka. He worked for a couple of years for private companies in the geospatial domain until 2004, and then he received the AAD scholarship to complete the master program in photogrammetry and geoinformatics in Stuttgart. He completed this master degree in 2006 and came back to Bangladesh. He is currently engaged in the Institute of Water Modeling as GIS and remote sensing specialist, which is a non-for-profit organization. This organization works with the application of geospatial technologies in the field of integrated water resource management. And his research interests encompass drone data intelligence and pedestrian mapping. The title is already on the screen, so please, the floor is yours.
So thank you, Professor, for your introduction. So there is one more information to add. So starting from the 2008, so I'm trying to attend this AGSE conference. This is the 13th one, so only few I missed. I'm very fortunate and privileged to attend the most of the conferences. So let us walk through my presentation. So as usual, these are the contents. So I'll tell a story about the drone technology, how to use it to identify the breeding grounds of Aedes mosquito, which is the main culprit for the dengue fever. And in tropical countries, this is one of the very difficult issue to handle in public health. So we tried to couple the geospatial technology, especially the drones, with these issues, and seems to be very effective. So Dhaka city is about 350 square kilometers. It's the capital of Bangladesh. So it has got a lot of problems. On top of that, this is one of the very, very difficult one to handle. So that's why we could not manage to survey with the drones with all of the city. So we tried to identify the hotspot with some of the previous data. So I identified 3 spots. So where we made the drone, carry out the drone survey, and then get the results to identify the habitat of the mosquito. So as you all know, that it works like there are sensors on board in the UAV or drones. There is a ground control point, and then after collecting the data, so we get the findings or the insights or the results. So this is the working principle, and then so numerous photos are taken with the geotags timestamps, and with the photogrammetry software, it is stitched together and forms the orthophotos, point clouds, digital elevation model, and then 3D models as well. So we used all of this in different phases. So this is one of the area. So all are less than, I think, 0.5 square kilometers. But they provided us with a good insight. This is the flight planning. With so far I remember it was about the 150 meters high from the ground, and then took hundreds of photos and put in the processing, and then we went for the identification of habitats of the dengue mosquito. So first we look for a couple of things that are suspected for the habitats of the dengue mosquitoes. First of all, it was the discarded tires of motor bikes and motor vehicle. So, and then there are a lot of rooftop gardenings in the city. So if it is not attended properly, after watering, the stagnant waters are there, and that's a very good place for breeding the mosquito. So likewise, there are other issues. Let me come to the point. This is one of the good, I see, yes. These are the issues. In the area of 0.5 square kilometers, you see, in the red numbers, there are 292 individual discarded motor tires that are very good or suitable habitat for the mosquitoes. And then if you go, you see there are low height buildings with the tin sheds or shattered building. So people throw the tires on top of that, and nobody takes a look at this, what's happening there. So this is one of the main culprit for dengue habitat. And then you see that there are constructions always going on in the city. It's almost a mega city. It's about 20 million people. So I think more than 2.5 times than the Bogotá. So it's very crowded. So there are a lot of constructions. So in the construction phases, what happens? There are a lot of polythenes that is put in the construction site, and whenever the rain comes, it gets stagnated in the polythenes, and that becomes very good habitat. They happily breed. And then there is another very important issue. The buildings are placed very closely. There are rules, there are setback rules that you cannot construct the buildings keeping in the minimum distance, but there are some violations. So if you go back to back of a buildings, you find the backward or negative spaces, so nothing can go there. Even human cannot enter in these negative spaces. So all the, I think, food containers, the coconut shells, and there are some plastic bottles, so all are get down there, and then if it is upside, like this way, so rainwater is stored there, and that's another important item for the mosquito breeding. And then there are some construction sites where on the top or on the ground, so small pond or reservoirs are made, and then it keeps for 10, 15 or maybe months long. So it becomes a very good source of habitat for the mosquito. And then this is, I would like to share, so there are overhead tanks on the building, top of the building, from where the drinking water is supplied. So we found around 74 water tank from where the water supply is provided to the individual household. The I think opening of the tank is completely open. So again, it's a very good clear water inside the tank, and the mosquito goes in and does their breeding. So that's even I think if it is open in many places, so bird droppings and other contaminants can also get into the drinking water. So this is a serious concern. And then there are some under construction building. So this is another concern. And then this item is in numerous numbers. Flower plots. We don't say that all are suspected for the dengue habitats, but if it is unattended for 2 or 3 days after watering, then it becomes a very suitable habitat for the dengue mosquito. So we managed to get some ground sampling or get some data from the one of the 3 areas, and we identified that where are the dengue cases are happening, and we made a comparison with the UAV calculated data, and we found a very strong positive correlations with this one. And then this is the heat map, and the next map. This graph shows the around the study area. So you see the number of, first one is open tank in 3 areas, then reservoirs and the tires. So these are the numbers we have found. In here I would like to add that from the satellite image or the human observation, this sort of identification nearly very difficult, in some cases very impossible. But since the drone gives us with a 3 centimeter or in some cases less than that with a very high resolution, so we can inspect manually where the objects are, who are the susceptible objects for dengue breeding. So it gives a privilege for the city authority to make the control of the dengue habitat. Later on, we compare with the first collected data, and it gives us a good insight. And then once we identified the high-ranking breeding grounds, the city corporation may target or pinpoint the areas, only the specific areas that we call the data-driven decision, or I think with the right informed decisions, they can spray the larvicide or the insecticide at the specific places. So it reduces the cost, it reduces the risk, and in many aspects it's a very positive issue. And then there is another important issue. So maybe you see the fogger machines or the spraying machines, people put them in the back, and then spray with this one. So it has got two dimensions. One is the spatial dimension in the XYZ, and another is the, I think, distance from the other rows where they are. If the people who are spraying the insecticide or larvicides not informed, or it doesn't go into the repository of the information where someone can see the whole picture, so it doesn't give any value to the control or the measurement or the instruction to the people. You see, so there are a lot of issues. So they are spraying, say for example, only 100 meter of the road is covered or the neighborhood is covered. You see there are a lot of these are the blind spots where the people did not go at all, and they do not know the impact of these things. So there might be some important breeding grounds here. So that's why if the dengue identification carried out from the drone, and then the spraying information is also put to a WebGIS platform, and all are put in a single repository for the visualization and the action, it gives a greater value, and it can give you the great advantage for the control of these public health issues. And then there are some key issues that the breeding place can be identified very easily, which cannot be done with the satellite image or human inspection, and tracking the fogger machines or insecticide or larvicide machines, so how they are covering, how much they are covering, when they will be returning to the, say for example, the life cycle of the mosquito is 2 weeks. So if you cannot come back the same place in 2 weeks, the breeding will continue. So that's another important time dimension if we cannot track the fogger machines. And the cleanliness activities, getting the neighborhood people attached to this program. So all are the good side of this program. So if you get the data, very visualization from the drone, and then other issues attached to a single platform. And then now it's not very difficult to make a working or operational dashboard. Nowadays the things are going in silos, or I think individual components are going individual. Each other is not talking or interacting to each other. So that's why we propose that a single working dashboard, so that all the individual components are connected to a single hub, and so that the updates and informations all can be received from the single source. This can have the, I think, it can provide us the duplication, redundancy, and then transparency. So all good things can be achieved from this way. So I think on last slide, I can tell you the last one, the who, what, when, and where. So all these W question can be answered from this approach, which is a very good connection with the geoinformation, with the public health. So this can be replicated in many places, because dengue is, I think, apparently very uncontrollable in many parts of the world. And there are other varieties like chikungunya, and then other viruses also. There's a vector-borne, and this approach can give a better hand to control the public health. There is a, I think, movie with the data we received from the drone. So if you have any questions, I think, so you're very familiar with this sort of mesh. I think it's a 3D model, so which you can, I think, in 360 degree you can rotate, you can get to the foot of the building, you can reach any blind spot, or you can inspect any of the items. So that gives us the privilege for using the drone data for controlling the vector-borne disease like dengue fevers. So that's all from my side. If you have any question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Simon, for this very interesting talk. It shows again this wide range of geospatial applications, I think. So let me take my privilege of share to ask the first question.
Yeah, sure. You start first.
With your drone data, you can just investigate rather small neighborhoods. Do you think that this whole process can be automated by using artificial intelligence, object detection?
Yes.
Detection of these tires, for example? Will
Yes.
this be the next step?
Yeah, a very good question from the professor, because we did not try with the spatial intelligence or geo AI with this one, because we did it in 2019 and 2020. So that time Geoinformation intelligence or geo AI was not that much, but the observed discipline can add great values. And if we go for the airborne survey, there are a lot of, I think, advantages with airborne. Still the same output can be received, so it can cover the whole city maybe in 1 or 2 days, and then give the better results with the addition or coupling or integration with the geointelligence. So that's a good compliment, Professor. It's possible.
Okay. Yeah, questions from the audience, please.
Okay, let me think in English. At the end, you said that you mentioned like another public health issues, not just the dengue one. But I'm wondering if you have considered maybe to extrapolate that data or maybe the methodology to another places where specifically and which another public issues.
Mm-hmm. So good question. So we did not manage to get this process or replicate in another city of the country, but we are highly confident that this can be replicated in any places, because I think the geography, topography, and the public health issues, if it is same or similar, this can be applied. Okay? Thank you. So I'm receiving less than 4, then I think the previous question, previous presenter.
Thank you, sir.
It's number 3. Okay.
Interesting presentation. And my question is, because when we do UAV, and how frequent do you think we have to do this? Because our ground is changing, right? And the rainfall, many factors can be affected.
Okay. Let me give you an idea. Each of the half square kilometer, it took 3 flights. 3 flight means it's less than 15 minutes. So 1.5 hour can cover one side. So if you can do it 1 week, every 1 week, it's possible. Even nowadays there are solar UAVs and then petrol engine powered UAVs, so that can stay longer in the year. So coverage is not an issue, because the technology has a lot of changes in positive direction. So we can revisit the site as we want to, even every week we can get, because whole of the city is not affected by this. There are some specific hotspot, so if you can identify and control from them, then I think this will be vanished from that part. So that's why information is very important, public participation is important, integration of the technology important, so all has to be on board together. So that can give us the better advantage. Thank you. Okay, so number 4. I don't mind to have more questions.
Do you have to ask for permissions because the data protection and privacy in this area?
Your question ends here? The answer is yes. The Civil Aviation Authority of Bangladesh, we call it CAB, CAAB. So they control the administration of the airspace. So we had to take the permission from them first, because it includes the public interest. That's why prior hand we had to take the permission and then carry out the operation or data collections, and then we do the rest of the things. So answer is yes. I think it's similar to Colombia. Okay, any more?
No.
Oh, one more hand. So I am getting the highest number of questions throughout the day. I'm very, very happy to see the enthusiastic audience at the end of the day.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes, I wanted to just find out the interesting features that you want to detect in the image. How are you doing that? Is it programmed?
Yeah, no, absolutely manual, because abundance people are there. There are a lot of volunteers in my country. So that's why we didn't go for a spatial intelligence or AI intelligence. But it's possible. It's possible.
How long does it take for in one area?
1 week, because a couple of dozens of volunteers were onboarded with us, and they finished it within, I think, 2 weeks. So at that time, artificial intelligence, object detection are not that much mature. It was, I think, aristocratic technology. But now it's very possible. So thank you.
So how many volunteers you have?
Around 12 to 15 volunteers.
Okay. Then thanks again for the
Okay.
presentation.
So from Grazie.
Yes, then we are coming to the last presentation for today. So again, we will change the topic, other application. So the next presentation is given by Maria Paula Campos Diaz, forest engineering student of the university here. She has distinguished herself for her academic rigor and her commitment to environmental resilience. Her research focuses on wildfire risk modeling, vegetation dynamics, and the integration of remote sensing technologies for early detection and mitigation strategies. And I think her talk will also be about wildfire. So the stage is yours.
Please give us a moment to start.
First step. First step to find the presentation.
Perdón,
discúlpame. Sí, como ya la tengo acá, entonces la descargo por acá. Así.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maria Paula Campos Diaz. I'm a forest engineering student. And first, I want to start with a little place. That's the quantum theory shows us that reality is stranger than we can imagine. And this is a phrase that can give us an idea of what we are going to talk about. So, the title of our talk is Multi-Criteria Proposal Model for Forest Fire Prediction, based on the use of information processing AI and the role of quantum sensors here in Colombia. So let me begin outlining the structure of our talk. First, we'll set the stage with a general context of wildfires here in Colombia and around the world, highlighting challenge and also trends. Next, we'll go with theoretical framework of wildfires, where we define some key concepts and also mechanisms that help us in this dynamic of fire forest prediction. Next, we'll go with the described presentation. Next, we'll presentation and the study area, where we describe it. This is in Cerros Orientales de Bogotá. And we applied a AHP model to generate a wildfire risk zoning map. And building on that, we need to talk about the paper of artificial intelligence in wildfires. And as we talk about artificial intelligence, we need to talk about quantum sensors that are the emerging technologies that can be implemented in this kind of investigations. As final result, we have multi-criteria proposal and also conclusions. Okay, so now let's take a look about wildfires here in Colombia. If we look for information, we can find that last year was 2024, was the worst year about wildfire here in country, because more than 260,000 hectares burned. And if we think about this number, it's like every single day of 2024, 593 hectares burned per day. So these are numbers that we have never seen before, and probably in 2025, it's gonna increase. On the other hand, we have data of Eastern Hills here in Bogotá. In a week, 43 hectares burned. So this is also a number that can impact us. And let's take a look at the data from this year, 2025. In the same period of time that Eastern Hills, Bogotá burned last year, here in Tolima, Colombia, 18 80 hectares burned. So if we think about it, it's twice the amount of vegetation lost in Bogotá in that period of time. So now we have these two maps that contain some information about wildfires here in Colombia by the IDEAM. On right side, we can see the forest map of wildfire treat based on vegetation cover at September 6, 2025. This was on Saturday. And these are strategies that our government implement to try to alert fire forests. But it's important to highlight that these are maps that are too general, because IDEAM says us, in this department in Colombia, the probability of fire forest is high, but doesn't say us where, the specific area. So this is a problem when a fire forest happen, because Colombia is divided in departments, and in those departments in municipalities. So it's too general, and it can't help us to prevent a fire forest. On the other side, we have the vegetation and cover wildfire susceptibility map under normal conditions. And this is a map that can help us in this study, because for a fire forest to happen, it must be three principles factors that are fuel, heat, and also oxygen. So fuel is dry vegetation like grass and trees. Heat are source of ignition that can be sun or human activity, and oxygen, well, the air. So it's important to take into account the paper that vegetation has in fire forests here in Colombia, but we have a problem, and is that this map, that's the most recent map, is for 2009. So this is too old to prevent wildfires nowadays. Now let's take a look around the world. So in 2025 in Canada, 7.8 million of hectares has burned this year. So this is a number that's too high. Last year in 2024 in total in Canada was burned, if I remember, it's 18 million of hectares, so this is too much. In Spain is facing the worst wave of wildfires in 20 years. And in the last 6 months of 2025, around the world, 102 million hectares have burned. Here's important data. It's about primary tropical forests around the world. In 2024, 6.2 million hectares burned. And this is so important because these ecosystems have a really important value, ecological value, because there are some species, free species and vegetation, that aren't affected by human activity directly, and it burned last year. So let's go with wildfires definition and impact. It's important to take into account that wildfires can happen because of nature. There are some ecosystems that need fire to develop, but the way wildfires has been increased is not normal, and it's because of climate change. So I want to highlight 8 principal consequences. First is loss of vegetation cover. This is an evident one. Second, we have CO2 emissions, impact on biodiversity, loss of ecosystem services. I have a special case here in Colombia about this fourth one, loss of ecosystem services, because last year 17 hectares burned of Páramo ecosystems, and Páramo are one of the principal origins of our potable water, so this is so important to know. Now we have the air quality degradation, that's what's happening right now in Canada, and also changes in soil properties and deforestation. In primary tropical forest destroyed, deforestation was the principal causes. No, wildfires was the principal causes of deforestation in these ecosystems. Now, these are also evident causes of wildfires, we have extreme weather conditions that are about heat waves, also accumulation of flammable material because vegetation is dry because of these high temperatures. We have human activity, land use changes, and also natural phenomena, as we mentioned. So now let's talk about our study area. This is in Esther Hills here in Bogotá. Elevation range from 200. I don't know if I'm saying corrected the number, but it's 2,600 to 3,500. Climate change characteristic by temperatures between 8 to 14. Annual precipitation and landscape consists in high and dense forests and subpáramo. So, as we mentioned, vegetation is a really important fact in fire forest, and I want to describe 3 principal species that we can find in Esther Hills here in Bogotá. We have Pinus patula. This is a species that was introduced 20 years ago because of our restore plan. But this have a problem because Pinus patula creates the ideal condition for fire ignition, and the needle deposits on ground, becomes dry, that material, and ignites easily. So if we can see in soil, there are coffee structures that Pinus patula let into soil, and this is very high ignition in wildfires. Now we have Eucalyptus globulus that also was introduced in the same restored plant. This is a species that contains essential oils which make it highly flammable. These factors were likely not considered during the reforestation process when the plants were introduced in the Esther Hills, but we must now propose solutions and take action of these characteristics and to prevent wildfires. And as a last one, we have Ulex europaeus. That's an species that has been adapted for fire to reproduce. So fire must be present for this species to have its development, and this is a problem in Esther Hills here in Bogotá. And now I want to talk about a real case that happened near to our study area. It is in Guanoso Hill. In 2016, there is an image of how the vegetation looked, and then we have 18 about how the vegetation looks before a fire forest. Okay, so we apply AHP model to try to map the fire forest risk in the area. So we obtain data for meteorological stations, taking into account 4 principal factors that are temperature, precipitation, slope, and altitude. We have here the map of them, and it's important to take into account that raster spatial resolution was 1 meter per pixel. This is the comparison matrix that AHP method implement. According to SATI, in this matrix, we compare each value and designs a number to each other to know what is the principal causes of fire forest in this case. So we found that precipitation has the highest importance, then temperature, slope, and altitude. The comparison matrix has a consistency of 0.0074. And this is the result of the AHP model. So as we can see, the highest risk is represented by red color and the lowest by green color. In this case, precipitation has the most important value. And we can see that in north part, there's no significant risk for fire forests, but in south, yes. So to make an idea, the study area is situated around here, and this is the wildfire risk map zone. Okay, so according to that, it's important to talk about the role of AI in fire forest. Oh, I don't know what happened in fire forest prediction. So I want to talk about some countries that has been implement AI technologies to prevent fire forests. So we have Argentina, also Germany, and Chile. In Argentina, they have implemented the S2F2M model that is used to study the risks of wildfires. It helps scientists to understand how fire might start and how it spreads across the territory. It uses computer simulation to create maps that show which areas are more dangerous if fire begins. This helps decision makers plan better and protect people, nature, and property from fire damage. So this is a real case around the world. Actually, now we have the electronic noises. The innovative states are helping detect wildfires in Germany. And these are sensors that use AI technology to identify some smoke properties, and the sensor with IA can detect if this is a wildfire smoke or another smoke, maybe from cars or another phones. And in Chile, they has been implement a camera that analyze the area and can detect the smoke of wildfires and alert the people that need to finish that fire to not happen and have many hectares burned. Now, as a possibility in future to manage these events, we have the quantum science and technology. So with quantum computers, scientists can study huge amounts of data from water, land and vegetation, and this computer work much faster than regular ones, so they can find patterns that show where the fire might start. So this technology can help us to superposition, also engagement, and quantum interference. So we can make a lot of scenarios where firefighters can start and analyze where the probability is high and start to make action of theirs. So with the actual studies we have about this, we can implement quantum sensors about temperature. These are ultra-precise measurements and lower error and stability. And also high accuracy environment monitoring, and temperature is one of the most important factors in wildfires, actually. And now a recent study identify an application of quantum sensor about photosynthetically activate radiation, PAR, and this can indicate us if the vegetation health is good or if the vegetation is under stress, and start making a deeper study about the vegetation and know if it represents danger for wildfire. So we have resume high precision, multiple ignition scenarios, highly detailed data from hard to access area, and ability to operate under extreme conditions. So as a final result, we have this diagram that show us the information we need to predict also wildfires. There are a lot. So I want to emphasize in 5 these modes: fire hotspot detection, dam, temperature, vegetation times, and full load, and gas detection. So there's a lot to study about wildfires. Now we have data processing and the possibility to do this data processing by AI and also quantum technologies. And as a final result, we have the integration of weight layers, also simulation of scenarios with different viable combinations, and a generation of forest risk map that can have a high accuracy. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I assume there are some questions. Who wants to start? Yes.
Are you using some protocols to transfer the data from the sensor to a system, to a database? Or how is the method to collect the data, to store the data?
From quantum sensors? Well, there are specific algorithms that process the data, and I actually don't have that information because this is an investigation that we want to do in future, and the probability to process this data. So we need to make some relationships with other countries to make this a reality.
Other questions?
This very interesting topic. You talk about various parameters for forest fire. Do you have any idea about what way the global warming is linked with forest fire? What is your opinion on that?
If I'm honest, I don't understand the question. I don't know if anyone can help me with the translation.
So for I understand, he wants to know about the relationship with the forest fire and the climate change. Is there any issue in your study that you investigated this issue? The relationship between the climate change and the forest fire. Is that right, Person?
Global warming consists of various.
Okay.
Climate change is on the side.
So instead of climate change, it's global warming. Okay, the relationship between the global warming and the forest fire. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that I understand the question. So yes, climate change have a relationship with fire forest, because as I mentioned, after many years ago, fire forests were natural in some specific ecosystems, but because of climate change, because of a heat wave, the temperatures has been increased, and this is why we have these numbers of fire, of wildfire, actually around the world. I don't know if I remember if I answered the question. No? Yes. Okay. So sorry.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just concerned why you are choosing 1 meter resolution. Which kind of data that you are using? 1 meter resolution. You previously mentioned about the resolution 1 meter per pixel.
Well, we process the data at AGSE Pro, and what we do is in the interpolation process, specify in the problem and this resolution, but we know that we need more data to make this resolution better, because we only take into account 3 meteorological stations. So in the program variables, we define 1 pixel raster resolution.
Another question, yeah?
Are you considering any data related to human activities? Because in most of the case, the forest fires are happening due to various human activity, human induced, rather than natural cause. I hope, especially in the context of Colombia, with you have a lower temperature here, that human induction is very important. But this is one of the major issues that we are experiencing in India also. Okay, most of the tropical forests in India we prone to forest fire. That is why the forest department in every summer they have some, they are constructing some, making some fire lines to prevent the forest fire. Okay, so in this your particular study, are you considering human activities or something like proximity to road or the urban expansion or something like that in your modeling?
Well, yes, we want to take this into account in future because one of the principal causes of wildfires is human activity and the extension of urbanism. So in some models, in this one we hadn't taken this into account, but some models identified roads and the distance between vegetation and roads, and this is so important for wildfires and other variables, need to be implemented about human activity. Also, in some models is important the slope, because in areas with high slope it's difficult for humans to be here. So in a map where human is a principal cause, this will be one fact that can take into account. So yes, that's really important to take in future.
Okay, thank you. I think there are no more questions. Okay, thanks again for the presentation. And with this, I want to close the technical session for today. I think this was the last technical session. And let me thank all three presenters again for their very interesting talks. I will hand over to you, Monica.
Thank you so much to our professor, Dr. Hochschule, and of course to our speakers. The presentations were really, really interesting. And as you probably know, we finished the academical part of today. But as I told you before, this experience is not just academic, it's also cultural. So I want to invite you to our icebreaker party. And I have a question for you. Do you want to know what it is about, or do you want to be surprised? No, I'm going to tell you anyway. We have prepared three parts. First one is, I don't know if you have heard about salsa. No, the thing that you can eat with something. No, yes, the style dancing. Yeah, have you heard about that? Okay, we bring one expert on this, and we are going to teach you how to dance salsa. That's the first part of the session. And the second one is, as I told you before, we have many kind of rhythms and music. So we are going to present those of rhythms that we have in Colombia. And the last one, very interesting, we have a toast with a very strong, no, it's not that very strong. It's a alcoholic drink, very traditional from Colombia, but don't worry, we are going to give you this much. You are not going to get drunk. So yeah, this session is not going to be here. We have another room outside. William is there outside to give you the directions of the room. So please enjoy, and thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this day, and yeah, see you tomorrow.